listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Live from Halley Supple Reserve, we're out here covering the second v third Division 3 clash between Coldstream and Surrey Park, the first meeting between the two since 2021. It is also a big weekend in the EFNL. The Pat Cronin Foundation across the entire Eastern Football Netball League and for 4 other community football leagues. I'm Josh Ward, joined for the next hour of Pregame by EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long, John O'Venn and Brett Beston. Ryan, it is a big weekend with the Pat Cronin Foundation Round, and it's all sides across the weekend, across Saturday and Sunday, will be wearing the yellow armbands today. So really, it's a great initiative, great for the EFNL to be joining the Pat Cronin Foundation Round. Yeah,
absolutely, and we'll have a bit of a discussion about that shortly, and it's a very important round. I'm very happy that we're on board this season. The clubs have gotten on board fantastically, and they're certainly going to show that today with the yellow armbands, and that's not just the senior sides, the reserves, the women's, everyone is getting involved, and that's fantastic. So a bit more on that quite soon, Josh.
Yeah, and we're just about to be joined. We'll introduce John O'Venn and Brett Beston shortly, but joining us now, in fact, is the senior men's playing coach of the Surrey Park Football Club in James Kenworthy. Thanks for jumping on Pregame, James, immediately off the bat.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
How's the preparation been ahead of what is a big contest against a side that's had an extremely similar start to the season like you guys?
Yeah, it's been a really great week on the track. We still have plenty of learnings from last Saturday, so yeah, we're coming in today really excited. And
you must be pretty happy with how the boys have started the season, 3-1, and the one loss coming against the reigning premiers in Donvale.
Yeah, to be 3-1 after round 4 has been really, really good. Obviously, Donvale, everyone was talking about them across the summer as the team to beat, and yeah, we showed that we can match it with the best, so that's all we can ask for at the start of the year.
Yeah, James, thanks for joining us. You mentioned the learnings from last week, and obviously you did have that one loss against Donvale, who are obviously a great team in this division. But could you describe those learnings that you took from last week going into this one?
Yeah, it's mostly with our forward entries. It's been sort of our Achilles heel across the last couple of years. We had 71 inside 50s last week for, I think it was roughly 30-odd scoring shots, so and only kicked the 14 goals, I believe. So the more we can be efficient going inside 50, the better chances we are of kicking goals.
James, you've come up, of course, the division after winning the flag last year. How have you adjusted? What have you found different coming up a division?
The main difference is just the sort of pace of the game. We had a really good hit out in the pre-season against South Morang, and they were a really strong outfit. And yeah, the learnings we took from that game was obviously they're playing, I think it was Div 1 Northern, so they were really quick ball movement. So to have that game 2 weeks before round 1 was really crucial to show us how we should be defending these new teams that we're coming up against.
Yeah. Was there anything you could do sort of in the pre-season to, I suppose, get yourself ready for the slightly faster pace, or was it really just a matter of getting in and playing the games? It was sort of almost do it on the run, isn't it?
It's more how we go about training, so making sure that our standards are really, really high and just preparing ourselves for pretty much the higher intensity.
Sure.
James, I just want to touch on the under-19s program again. Another big win, both under-19 side, but the one in Division 1 is still undefeated, which is an incredible feat so far, and they knocked off another contender in North Ringwood today. What's that like for the club, just knowing you're constantly going to have those under-19s coming up, and that's a strength of that junior program that's building into the senior program?
It's amazing for the club. Daisy's been coaching that ones team for last 3 or 4 years now, and yeah, to bring them up into the senior club's really, really crucial, just for the future long term of the club. You'll see today there's Angus Sutherland and Tom Hunt from the 19s playing senior footy. So, like I said a couple of weeks ago, it's great that these guys get these opportunity to come up through the seniors.
I was about to ask about Angus Sutherland. He had his debut last week. How did you see his game? He actually made the team of the week this morning.
I did see that. Yeah, the 19s boys were getting around him this morning.
What did you think of his game yesterday?
He was
last week. Sorry.
He was terrific. In the 19s, he plays sort of inside mid and across the back flank. So we wanted to play him in his preferred position, and he won his one-on-ones. He was really great down back. Yeah, it was his third game, first win for the club, so it was awesome to get him out there.
And how much have some of those experienced players like George Haynes, Lockie Peters, you could argue, and some of those experienced players helped with the transition for some of those juniors or those 19s players into the senior lineup?
Yeah, they're great. Everyone's really gelling together. So, yeah, everyone's obviously wanting to improve and get better each week, and we can see that at training, and it's starting to come to fruition on game day.
Do you look at the first 9 weeks as almost a learning curve because you're playing all these sides? I know you would know Sylvan quite well, but even them, that they've had a lot of personnel changes. So a lot of these sides you've never met. It's a bit of a learning, and as you go, and you've been able to bank up some wins early, which is important. And then would that be able to help you out coming into the second half of the season where you really start to hit your straps?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, coming into this year, really not knowing many opposition apart from Sylvan, but then again, that was 2 years ago, and the teams have totally changed since then. So yeah, the main focus is just sort of on us the first 9 weeks, and then on the return games we can actually sort of adjust our lineups depending.
I suppose while most teams aren't exactly planning on how to stop a couple of people, albeit one man in the case of Darcy Fritsch, and whilst there's no particular plan, how would you try and mobilise him? The bloke's had a ripper start to the season, 10 goals in 2 weeks, and whilst obviously Surrey Park haven't played a side like Coldstream in so long, how do you stop a guy like that?
Well, we stop it at the source. So it was similar to how good Sylvan were a couple of years ago in their strong forward line. If we stop it at the source, don't allow easy ball to Darcy, that helps us in the long run.
One guy that caught my eye, I was watching a bit of your match footage during the week, and I like the looks of Taden Vitaka. Tell us about him. Bit of a live wire.
Yeah, he's unreal. He played maybe 6 or 7 games last year before doing the old Euro trip, so we missed him at the back end of last year, but he's come back and had a really strong summer. And yeah, he's a great inside mid, gets a lot of the pill, and he's just really hard at it, so we absolutely love him down at the club.
Yeah, so you've got a good midfield, and obviously you've got big Lachlan Summers, of course, as well, who's obviously going to be, Summers, Swan, who'll be getting it in the ruck. So you're confident your midfield can get on top today?
Yeah, absolutely. Always back my boys in. And with Robbie coming across, we're still gelling as a midfield group. And yeah, we're just going to get better as the year goes on.
And the new boys as well, other new boys coming across as well, or returning even. Kane Hendon back out onto the footy field after his season last year was disrupted by a knee. It must be pretty great to have players like, and Lockie Summers as well, coming back to the club as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sugar's been tremendous. Obviously coming back from an ACL, you're always pretty nervous to see the guys return after a whole year being out. So every time, even at pre-season training, I was a bit worried when he was getting into the contest stuff. I was just always sort of trying to protect him a little bit, but yeah, he's been absolutely terrific first 4 games, and yeah, getting returning juniors back to the club is absolutely huge for us. There's quite a lot of talent out there that are ex-Surrey Park, so we'll be looking to get those boys back to us over the next couple of years.
Well, James, we better let you go. You're a busy man, and we really appreciate you jumping on pre-game, and we wish you all the best for today and for the rest of the season.
Cheers, boys. Enjoy the call.
Thank you to James Kenworthy there. And since he's come across from Surrey Park, Ryan, he's or to Surrey Park or back to Surrey Park he was a former junior out here. He's done a terrific job. He's got a winning record. He's the first coach to guide them to a premiership as well, or a senior premiership as well. So he's done a great job, hasn't he?
Probably the other thing as well, he's a fantastic player still.
Oh yeah,
and maybe that goes a bit. We sort of forget about that because we've talked about him as a coach and what he's done with the club and their first premiership last year, and he's going to perform today as much as anyone else on the field. He's going to have a strong role. I know he probably wouldn't want to talk about himself as a player anyway, but really key for the side. And as you said, I mean, it is very handy to have someone like the talents of Kane Hendon come back into the side. Obviously not playing last year and was the assistant coach. Robbie Swan as well. I'm really excited about Surrey, and I've got a couple of things to say about him. some high expectations this season, but we'll discuss that after.
I definitely agree with you, Ryan. We spoke this morning about how some sides, both in the men's and women's, they get off to a shaky start when they've been promoted, and much to my surprise, because I wasn't really sure how Surrey would go starting off the season. They've got off to an absolute ripper start. It's as if they're continuing on their momentum, and it is just fantastic to see.
And I think that's probably helps with a young side too.
Yeah.
Their future is so bright with their under-19s. They've got the makings of not just a premiership side of Division 4. They've got the makings of a Division 3 premiership side, potentially Division 2. They can go up the ranks a lot quicker than I think other sides would be able to. Brett, who come up from Division 4, they've got the makings of a side that can certainly consolidate their spot and continue up the ranks.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I mean, I haven't seen too much of them, but it's always the question, isn't it, when a side dominates a division and they come up and you think, how are they going to go? They'll probably take a little while to acclimatise, but they're certainly flying, and they seem to have a lot of really good players. And I think, Kane Hedden obviously coming back. What did he have, 43 possessions?
Yeah, 43.
That's extraordinary. So it'd be interesting to see if they put any time in, if Coldstream put any extra time into him today to try and shut him down. I'm sure they've got other avenues as well, but they're looking really, really good at the moment.
Yeah, and I think he's averaging around 25 touches this season as well. And we talked about it last season, just the midfield was pretty strong, but it was obviously being out-muscled by the likes of Kilsyth, Churnside Park even, and they've addressed that really with the inclusions of Hendon, of Tane Vitaka, and Robert Swan in ruck. It's it's definitely a much stronger midfielder, but again, it's that turnover game to start the season where they've been on top of Surrey Park. Most of their score, 64% of their total score this season, in fact, has come from turnover, and they're averaging 8 goals a game from turnover. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And you compare it to Coldstream, who they don't mind scoring from the stoppage. I think 46% of their total score is from stoppages as well. So they might be similar in ladder position, but they're slightly different game styles. There's just an update on the reserves as well. Surrey Park lead that 11-4-69 to Coldstream 2-2-14. Before we go around the grounds, let's touch on the fact that this round is the Pat Cronin Foundation Round, and you spoke with the founder and Pat's father, Matt Cronin, for the weekend forecast, Ryan. I had a listen in, and it was a great chat between the two of you, describing Pat's story and about the foundation's work over the last 8 years.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's probably better to listen to Matt to get his side of things and the story of Pat and obviously the creation of the foundation. So that is on our Spotify. It's on our latest podcast episode of the Weekend Forecast, and it's the first 20 minutes. So if you've got a spare 20 minutes, it's well worth a listen to. But the foundation round itself, this is the first time the Eastern Football Netball League have been involved. It's really important for us to be there alongside other leagues, Northern Football Netball League, so on. I think there's 5 leagues involved, over 50,000 players, over 2,000 teams that taking part in the round, Josh, and that includes our clubs and players. And as you can see this afternoon, they've got the yellow armbands on, and that is for the foundation itself, which is great to see. And obviously the round itself, we are trying to aim to create a safer community through violence prevention, education, on and off the field, and that's what the foundation is for. So to have Matt Cronin on yesterday to speak about Pat's story, it's a very sensitive one, it's an emotional one, and he's just done an incredible job with the foundation, and it's great that we're involved, and it's something that everyone should have a think about. I think probably some people think, I go out on a Saturday night, but I behave and I can handle my alcohol or whatnot, and everyone goes out, everyone has a drink, and that's fine. But for someone like Pat, who was just coming in to protect his own mates and protect them, pull them out of a situation, and he was hit from behind in a coward hit, which is it shows that it can happen to anyone. So that is something that we do need to be mindful, and it does really come back to education, as it does with a lot of things, Josh.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I've had the pleasure of learning about Pat and about his story the last couple of years as well. And he was a Richmond supporter, which I know you enjoyed, Ryan and Jono. But he was also a sensitive soul, as you mentioned, and a smart person as well. He was studying at I think it was Latrobe or MIT, I believe he was studying at, and Latrobe, and he went to Whitefriars College as well. So. It's such a tragic story. I don't know if you've listened into the chat, Jono and Besto, but it's a terrific chat between Ryan and Matt, and it's obviously a tragic story, but it's still great the work that the foundation is doing.
I think it's something that we really wanted to take care of. I mean, it's not just the alcohol side of it either. I mean, I don't want to go on about this, but I just noticed now in society there's a lot of guys out there who have this real aggression about them, and you've only got to look at them the wrong way, and they're ready to shape up to you. I don't want to bore you with my own experience, but I had an incident probably a few months back. And I was in my own street, and a guy came around the corner from my street, nearly took me out, and I gave him a bit of a gobful. The next minute I pull out of into my driveway, and he's standing there ready to shape up to me. I mean, what is with that? It's not funny. It's like this is this whole macho attitude that we seem to have with guys now, and it just needs to stop.
And it does link in with the violence against women as well,
of course,
which is obviously the AFL's round this week, and we'll be touching on that in a couple of weeks too, a bit more. So
we've just become a very angry society, and I don't know why, but I don't know whether it's after COVID. We all got it was a difficult time we've gone through, but there's no excuse for it. And it needs to stop.
That's right.
I was just thinking about this morning when we were talking about it on air during the women's game, and it's guys like Danny Green, and the End the Coward Punch campaign that are really doing a lot of good, and indeed Richmond Footy Club, jumped straight onto this Pat Cronin Foundation in support, and that also in itself is great for the community aspect that the AFL brings, because they can jump straight onto a cause and everybody jumps on. And I think like this, so many people involved, as you said, Ryan, and it can only get better from here.
I agree. And, a former Richmond great, Matthew Richardson, he's been a big advocate for the Pat Cronin Foundation, and there's plenty of other current AFL and AFLW players that have gotten on board the Pat Cronin Foundation. If you want to donate, head to the website. There's QR codes across the ground as well. I saw them just before out here at in the pavilion. So,
and if you're driving to another local ground, same thing, same setup. You'll be able to have a look at the posters that are hanging around the club rooms, and certainly get a look at that today. And as you said, you can donate. It's certainly worth the cause.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Ryan, all the players, even the coaching staff are wearing yellow armbands as well for across all the divisions. We'll go around the grounds, and we'll start off with Division 3. And first up, we'll go to Upper Ferntree Gully against Sylvan. That's out at Kings Park. I think it's an interesting contest out there at Kings Park, but I still think Upper Gully go in as favourites. I'm still slightly more concerned about Sylvan travelling on the road, because, and especially after last weekend where they were comfortably defeated at home to Oakley District. I think Upper Gully will want to respond after 2 consecutive losses, Besto.
Yeah, definitely. I think I like the look of Sylvan, but they're just taking a little bit of time to get their season going. So I think Upper Gully, on the back of last week's results, and obviously ladder positions as well, I think they'll get the job done, particularly at home. And Sylvan, I forgot to mention, they lose Matt Steininger as well, which is a bit of a loss for their defence. And James Charge as well is I think he's on the sidelines for a little bit of a stint. So James Charge is a big loss.
Yeah, that's a massive loss.
But they do still have Trent Martin around the traps as well, which I think is fantastic. So whilst he's not in the coaching capacity, it still helps the side greatly.
We'll move to Knox Fair Park. Just a quick tip on this one. Fair Park, whilst they're 1-3, they broke through for their first victory last week, and they've still been pretty competitive. I think their biggest loss was against Sylvan by 23 points up at Sylvan. So, but I've been more impressed by Knox. A good victory against a 45-point victory, in fact, against Upper Ferntree Gully at Kings Park last weekend. I think they should get the job done, Ryan.
Yeah, I think they will. just to speak about Fair Park quickly, though, James Top, it's his 150th game. So congratulations to him. I think he debuted back in 2012, so a great achievement. And Josh Williams also enters the senior side this week as a debutant. So a couple of big milestones for Fair Park, but I am in agreement.
Road to 150.
Yeah, so what's that? That's 12 years?
12 years.
Yeah, I can't do the math on my head, but certainly a couple of big milestones there for Fair Park. But in saying that, I think Knox at home have shown plenty in the first few weeks, so Knox to me.
And I think Fair Park might lose Josh Allison and Ben Gilling, which are a couple of big losses there. So, Besto, John, I don't know if you've got anything to add on that game.
Yeah, just I'd tip Knox as well. I think Fair Park obviously had a good win last week against Warrandyte, but I think we have to put that into perspective, and no disrespects to Warrandyte, but they're not travelling well. So I think, definitely for me, it'll be Knox today.
Yeah, definitely with Knox, I reckon. They do seem a lot more comfortably set, I think, compared in recent weeks. So, yeah, they'll take home the chocolates today.
Well, let's touch on Warrandyte Ferntree Gully now, actually. And I see this as a massive opportunity for Warrandyte to get their first victory of this season. Ferntree Gully without Hayden Harvey, Lachlan Kennedy, Ben Noonan, of course, Daniel Diesso. He comes into the lineup and then he's on a holiday, getting the 3-week suspension there. And they don't really bring in any key players back into the lineup. Warrandyte, they bring back Taylor Hayden as well. So Warrandyte are probably my roughie for the week.
They were mine yesterday.
And I'm going to back them in. I think this is a great opportunity for them. I'll say that, and Ferntree Gully will comfortably defeat them. But it's still a massive opportunity for them to get this win against a Ferntree Gully side that's probably at its weakest at the moment, Jono.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Both teams, going down, in massive losses last week. Both teams this week have a massive point to prove. So in terms of who's going to get up, I think, it is fair to say that Warrandyte definitely look like a roughie. But then again, Ferntree Gully, coming from the exact same position. I was talking about a similar thing during the week, on Female Footy Focus. Maybe we might just have a draw with this particular game.
Who knows? What do you reckon, Besto?
Yeah, I'm going to actually go for. I don't think it's that much of a roughie. I know they haven't been playing well, but I think Warrandyte might get it done today with those outs that you mentioned. The fact that it's at home, they've still got enough good players in the side, and I think they might get up. I think it'll be a close one, but I think Warrandyte for me.
And then finally, Oakley District and Donvale, the top 4 sides play against one another this weekend in Division 3, and this is a massive game, a pretty big game for Oakley District out of Princess Highway Reserve. Another big test, their biggest test to date against the reigning premiers, who, Besto, they just continue to find ways to win. They may not be hitting top gear, but they're just...
Well, they don't need to, do they? I mean, I just don't... I mean, with due respects to everybody else in this division, I just don't see anyone beating Donvale. They just seem to be so far ahead of anyone else. They're just absolutely on fire. Their whole team. You've got Haig in the ruck. You've got Big Murphy up forward. The likes of Liardi. The list just goes on, and they're just such a good all-round side. And I think, I could see them going through the whole season undefeated, to be honest.
Well, I did say in the pre-season preview podcast they could go undefeated this season.
I have a feeling someone will get him.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be Oakley today.
No,
I think they'll have enough. It's a tricky road trip down there, but I still think Pearson does come back into the side for Oakley, which is huge. And I still think it's just too hard to tip against Donvale at this stage.
Yeah.
They're just, as Besto said, they just find a way to get it done. And Mark Stevens kicked the 11 goals for Oakley last week. Probably needs a similar, might need a similar effort if they are to win, because it's certainly going to be tough.
And Donvale bring back Mahali Zalak as well, which is a pretty good inclusion. They lose Dutchy Holland, but still a terrific inclusion, Jono.
In my view, with Oakley District, they are a little bit too close for comfort at the moment.
Yep.
And obviously losing Blake Pearson in recent weeks, it hasn't been ideal. And of course, with a playing coach like him, I suppose Surrey Park and obviously Coldstream would be thinking about the same thing. What if we were to lose our playing coach? Where do we go to there? And yet, look, obviously they have saluted quite well last week against Sylvan away, especially. But I just think perhaps maybe with Pearson in the picture, they are just perhaps a little bit too close for comfort for mine.
Yeah, and I agree. I think I still think they'll do pretty well, and getting him back is pretty massive. Well, let's go through who the Oracle has tipped for Division 3. We'll save the Coldstream Surrey Park game for a little later on, but he's got Knox winning by only 5 points against Fair Park, 72-67. Oakley District 96 to Donvale 114. He's got Sylvan winning against Upper Ferntree Gully 63-50, and Ferntree Gully to win against Warren Dyke by 10 points, or he or she, I should say. To defeat.
Yes, let's not assume.
Yeah, he or she.
Most of us know, but we'll keep it behind. We'll keep it behind.
Nobody
our-
knows.
No, he
our
just sends them in.
tinfoil hats.
He just sends. He or
There
she
you go,
just
there we go, mate.
sends them. Sends
don't
them
know,
into
we don't
us.
know who it
Just
is.
say they.
We don't know. They don't know. They just send
careful.
our tips into us. But he's got Warrandyte losing to French Gully as well, 44-54. Quickly moving on to Division 2, Eastfield and Mulgrave will start off with. I think the Lions go in as favourites against the Rams, who, well, really, they hit rock bottom last week. Obviously, it was against Boronia, but to kick only 1 goal in a contest in the final quarter is not the greatest effort there. Mulgrave is starting to build form. Just a quick tip on this one. I think Mulgrave get the 4 points.
I think Mulgrave will win, but in saying that, Mulgrave had a similar sort of loss to Boronia, and then they built on a couple of wins and got themselves back to 2-2. So, look, it's not complete disaster zone for Eastfield, but they're pretty close to it. If they lose this, they're 0-5. They're done for the year. They won't play finals. They won't be in that sort of conversation, and they could be in the other conversation. So, important game for both sides. Mulgrave, if they want to be a finals side too, need to win this type of game. So, I think the Lions in a close one. Yep.
I know while it's not particularly relevant, I note that the under-19s did have a hard-fought win. The under-19s Lions, did have a hard-fought win against the Rams, and I think perhaps that is a sign of things to come. I think Mulgrave just.
Yeah, I think Mulgrave will get up in this one. I think they'll go better. Who are we talking about? Sorry,
East Burwood.
East Burwood, sorry. East Burwood will go better than they did last week. I mean, they can't get any worse. But I still
If
think-
they go worse than last week, then
Yeah,
there'll
well,
be
question
some
mark.
issues.
Negative points.
You've also got to look at who they played last
Right.
week. I mean, this Boronia side are, they're just a cut above everybody else. So,
Freakish.
yeah, exactly. But Mulgrave in a close one for me.
We'll
So.
touch on the Boronia game later because it's a bit of a test, for the side they're playing in Waverley Blues, but we'll touch on that later. Templestowe Heathmont, the preliminary final rematch from last season. Both differing forms, obviously. Templestowe 2-2, but a terrific victory against Corin last week. I think I think at home they won't want to lose another game at home for the next couple of weeks, Ryan.
Yeah, Templestowe comfortably.
Jono?
I'd say the same.
Yeah, Templestowe for me. You can't want to lose your home games, that's for sure.
We'll move on to Lilydale the Basin. This is a pretty interesting game. There's been a fair bit going on at the Basin.
Busy week at the Bearcat.
Yeah, so Luke Watson retiring. Jason Wade has departed the club as well, and Joel Perry has taken over. So it's a fresh start, and it'll be interesting to see how they go up against this Lilydale side who broke through for their first victory since round 17 2022. It's a good opportunity for them. The last time they got back-to-back wins was also in 2022 against Montrose and Montana South. So I'm backing the Falcons in at home as well to get the 4 points, Ryan.
I am too. I've seen more about Lilydale to feel excited about their future with their younger players than I have for the Basin. The Basin, it's a bit of a different list where they've got those young players. They've got then probably the guys who are a bit over 30 who, including Joel Perry, who's now stepped into that senior coaching role. And they're going to have a big impact today if they are to certainly win.
Yeah, Lilydale for me, definitely.
Jono?
Yeah, definitely. I'd go with Lilydale. I think, both teams in a fairly remarkable position. It's almost, I suppose, paradoxical in a sense because obviously a tough week for the Bears, and with the Falcons coming off a close win, I reckon it will be close, but Lilydale for mine.
And we'll continue talking about Division 2 shortly, but right now we're going to focus on all things Coldstream because we are joined by the senior playing coach of the Coldstream Football Netball Club in Jared Bayliss. Thanks for jumping on Pregame, Jared.
Good, mate. Thanks for having me.
And how are the boys feeling about this contest? It's against, I mentioned it to Ken Worthy, but it's a matchup between two sides that have very identical starts to the season.
Yeah, look, mate, we had a really good start, come up against a good opposition in Donvale last week and just got outplayed and we didn't play our best. And look, hopefully we can respond today with a good performance. We know they're a good side, and they've played some good footy, and they've come up a division, and they're going really well. So.
And you must be pretty happy with how life has started for you out of Coldstream, 3-1. Obviously, that one loss coming against Donvale.
Yeah, look, it's been a great start. The camaraderie of the boys have got a few new faces, so it's taken a little bit to get going. And yeah, look, it's been really enjoyable. It's been, it's freshened my mind up. It's been really positive. I'm loving being back in the EFL. It's good to get out of the valley.
What's impressed you about the club coming across here? It's obviously a good ground to play on too, quite a big one.
Yeah.
But what have you liked about Coldstream coming?
Oh, look, mate, it's just the support and the help. We've got good people around me, guys that I've known for a long time that I've sort of reconnected with from when I was younger. Obviously, when I was about 21, a lot of the older guys here, and then I sort of come back and they've jumped on board. Matty Johnson and Dogger Murph, and yeah, it's just been really positive. The support from the footy club's been great. Lots of help, and it's a breath of fresh air, really. So.
Sure, it's great to see you again.
It's been a while, mate.
Bit of water's got under the bridge since the Park Orchards days. But I was thinking to myself, you've got Darcy, who's obviously just killing it again this season. Was there any sort of knock on the door of big folks here to get him to come? Because you've got a bit of a history of dragging people.
Yeah, look, we sort of made a decision. It was about time that went our separate ways a little bit, to be honest. It's been 10 years of footy together since, nearly 10 years of footy together, and had some success. And, he had an opportunity to come up at Sylvan, and, he was nearly going to come, and then he decided to step up and take an assistant coach role there. And, look. We love playing footy together, but we always see each other. We run businesses together, and we're family, mate. So
that's right.
Plenty of time for that, but
What about your own game, Michelle? You did it a bit at Park Orchards too. We saw you. You were across halfback for a while, then you go forward and kick goals. You're a bit of utility, and it seems that you're playing the same sort of role.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I missed the first 12 weeks before the season. I had patella tendonitis in my knee, so my preparation was terrible. I couldn't leave the golf where I've been, carrying niggly injuries. I hadn't been able to run, and then last week I just started to find my legs a little bit and get up the ground a little bit. But yeah, hopefully today I've had a good block this week, so hopefully today I can go back in the midfield and start to find a bit of footy.
Kill it, Thanks for joining us, Jared. I'm just on Darcy Fritsch. Does he have a license to do whatever the hell he wants? Because he's off to a ripper start this year. Yeah,
look, mate, I've worked closely with him, obviously playing in the forward line, and I've made him go up the ground a little bit more with me sitting behind him. But he's look, when the game was there to be won a couple of different times, in round 1 and round 2, he got up, he was strong, he presented, he took marks, and then he got back and kicked goals. And that's my message to him was, mate, you got all the ability in the world. Get up and showcase it, and get back and finish your hard work. Because he's just so fast and so strong overhead. There's no point sitting back in the goal square when you've got an asset that can get up and get back. It's just it's a big load. It's a big load for him. So if he had kicked a little bit straighter, he'd probably be a little bit prettier. Let's be honest. Like he's had 30 shots on goal, nearly, maybe more. And
really.
So 16. So 16 from 30. I mean, that's not bad.
He's getting lots of the footy, which is great. And mate, he's really strong for us. So hopefully, I'll put it on him today to be strong and present strong and get the job done for us. So.
That was one of my questions, actually. You must be enjoying being in a forward line with Darcy Fritsch. Obviously, no Mitch Edmonds today, but then you've got the midfield with Brooke Castry and Darcy Carrigan and Jesse Lehman as well.
Yeah, Brocky and Darcy. And the boys are strong in there. Obviously, Donvale last week were really strong on spread, and something we spoke about that we just need to defend a little bit harder, because the first 3 weeks we got on top and won in the midfield. So it was good to get a little bit of a lesson through there last week, and hopefully we can resurrect that. But Brock is obviously a star, and so is Caro. Caro's been doing it for a number of years here, so it's nice to see Caro get a little bit of help, and we really missed him last week. He's obviously didn't play with a calf, and he's back this week and fresh and ready to go, so it's exciting to get him back in the lineup.
Sorry, Johnny, you go.
Sorry. Obviously, there's that classic cliche in footy, 1 week at a time, and with respect to your results, you've had some really convincing wins, and obviously that hard loss last week. But what have you taken from the wins, especially going into this week?
Oh, look, it's probably, working out what our identity is as a group. We've just been building each week, and then last week we got a bit of a footy lesson. And I said that to the boys, it's a lesson, not a loss. Coming up against a side who've had 3 or 4 years together, they're strong, they're well structured, they're really strong defensively, they're really strong one-on-one, they played their ground well, they took their chances. You can't beat a good side that plays that brand, and they were great, were great, and we were poor, and we got a lesson, and we look to resurrect that today and learn from it. In the first 3 weeks, we've just been working out, guys just understanding how I want them to play and that defensive pressure and also play with a bit of flair and play their way. So, look, we're working through things and we'll get better as the year goes on. As every side that I've coached, it's not about being the best at the start, it's about being the best at the end. And I coach for a long year, not for a short year. So.
Just talking about the ground, you've got a really big ground up here, and we talk about it a lot because it's quite unique. In fact, sitting here, you just about need a magnifying, a telescope to see the other side of the ground. Do you think that's a big advantage for you?
Look, we enjoy training here, we enjoy playing here. There's no doubt about it. And look, finals are played on big ground, so I look at it as an advantage for us to be able to play the big ground well and. Because you've got to be able to play on a big ground to win finals, because all the finals are played at Ringwood and these types of grounds. So it's just, I think it is an advantage for us, mate. And obviously, people come here and they've got younger and faster sides, and we try and take the game away from them with the width that we do have and use that ball really well. So today's going to be a great test, and hopefully we can put on a good show for you boys and everyone watching and enjoy the day. So.
Has there been a bit of a learning curve as well in the first few weeks, and it's been nice that you've been able to bank up some wins during that period, but obviously you haven't played all of these sides, and same with some of the boys in the group, and a big test again this week. Are they the sort of games you want to get early, Donvale, Surrey Park, and really see where you sit?
Oh, absolutely, mate. You want to beat the good sides. Like, it's always the way that, you want to play against the best and you want to beat the good sides, and today's just another opportunity for us to hopefully go out and put our best foot forward. It's not do or die for us. It's an opportunity to learn today and an opportunity to get better, and we've got a couple out, but I said the younger guys are getting a bit of opportunity, and we've just got to step up, adapt and play well together. But it's a great opportunity. Like, we love playing against the best sides. Why I coach and still play is the competitive side of things. That's the reason why, the close contest, the three-quarter time, the opportunity to learn about each other and learn when guys can step up in the hard moments. And we had that a couple of times already this year and in our practice matches. So another opportunity today. Hopefully we're right in there, mate. We can put on a bit of a show.
And just on some of those younger players as well, Jeremy Conti and Liam Heatherton, they're pretty exciting prospects, aren't they?
Yeah, look, Jez, Liam's trying to sort of playing him into a different role at centre forward. He's been a back, he's been a winger. So I'm just trying to coach him into trying to see where he fits as a younger guy. He's grown a lot, and it's really hard. You're trying to turn him into a new player, so it's just going to take some time. And he'll be building. But Jeremy Conti, oh, geez, mate, he's the fastest kid I've played footy with. Fastest kid I've played footy with. I've played a lot of footy, and he by far is when he gets the ball in his hands. He's very lucky to get caught.
Is that because he's quick, or you're not as quick as you
No,
used to
I'm
be?
still quick, mate. You won't learn today. I'm just starting to be able to run again. Yeah, I'm not as quick as him, but I'm a bit smarter.
In fairness, you do look in pretty good nick, I have to say.
No, I'm trying.
Well, Jared, we better let you go and continue preparation ahead of this big game. Thank you so much for joining us on Pregame.
Thanks for having me, boys.
And good luck for today.
Cheers, boys.
Thank you
Thanks,
to Jared Bayless. And I have to admit, wherever he goes, he brings a winning culture as a coach. Powelltown, he won the last 2 premierships with them. He won a premiership with Park Orchards, and he started off the season on fire with Coldstream, right?
Yeah, certainly right, and that's probably one of his big strengths. Success does follow him, and you look at some of the names who have come across as well this season, and you were probably on top of that a bit more than I was, and I'm not too on top of competitions outside of the Eastern Football Netball League. So a lot of the guys from Powelltown have come across here. They've gone across to Sylvan as well. So there's certainly a bit of movement, but very excited to see him play.
And he's one of the nicest guys on the planet.
Yeah, he is.
Just such a great bloke, and he is obviously gets the best out of his players around him. He plays as well, so it must be quite hard. I've never done it, obviously been a player coach, but he adapts. That's the way he likes to do it, and he's super bloke.
Yeah, he definitely is. As we're going to go to our first ad break here. When we return, we'll continue talking about Division 2 in the pre-game show for the Eastland match of the round between Coldstream and Surrey Park.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round, Pat Cronin Foundation as well, live here at Halley Supple Reserve between Coldstream and Surrey Park, second versus third in Division 3. Josh Ward here alongside Ryan Long, John O'Ven and Brett Beston. We'll continue on the Division 2 path. We're just discussing some of the Division 2 games, and we'll start with Ringwood and Croydon, or continue with Ringwood and Croydon. This is a pretty even contest. They're both coming off losses, Ringwood against the Waverley Blues and Croydon against Templestowe as well, where they led quite comfortably at three-quarter time and obviously let that slip. I don't think they'll want to let this one slip, Ryan, though.
No, I don't think they would. That would have been a really disappointing last term where they let Templestowe kick 5 or 6 in a row and it just had no answers, and maybe that's a position they haven't been in the last couple of years, obviously for different reasons last season. But look, they'll take some learnings out of it. Rhett Jordan and the crew down there are doing quite a good job still. And then for Ringwood, it's a different Ringwood side this year. Last year, very young across the board, but it's the players that have come back into the lineup that have made an impact, and we've talked about, over the last couple of weeks in your Jaden Cairns. I think he won the Anzac Day medal a couple of weeks ago. Harry George, who missed most of the season last year, was really important. Tim Jones has had a big start. So when you get those guys back in the lineup and you put them alongside some of your stars in your Mitch Jacksons, Jacob Bell, obviously,
Mitch Burden.
Yeah, Mitch Burden.
Yeah.
Mitch and missed most of last year, I think Burden too. So they're a much more improved Ringwood team that I think can certainly have an impact. I'm just leaning towards Croydon in a close one, but I think this is one to watch today. I think it'll be quite close.
Yeah, 3v4. I think both teams have a point to prove here, but I'm going to stick with Ringwood. I think they might just have the edge here.
Besso?
Yeah, I'm going for Ringwood too. I think I know they're not playing as well as they did maybe a season or two ago, but they've still got enough class on the team, and I think they'll get up in a tight one.
I am tempted to tip Ringwood because Croydon, they lose their vice-captain Jordan Lynch. They bring in a couple of players, and Ringwood bring back Harry George, who I think missed last week. So, but I'm going to stick with the Blues. I think they'll respond. It's not just the last week; it was the week before where they lost that final quarter against the Base, and obviously they won that game. But after the first 2 weeks, they'll look to respond. We've already touched on Templestowe Heathmont. Boronia Waverley Blues, first versus second. This is two undefeated sides as well. The Blues have been a bit of a surprise packet. We didn't know what to expect for them, but under a new coach, obviously a new ground as well. But they've started the season off really well, Besto, and they come up against the Boronia side, who you mentioned before. They're just defeating all that come before them, and quite comfortably too.
Yeah, I've always been a bit bullish on the Waverley Blues. I mean, they've still got a good selection of players that they've had over the last few years. I mean, Josh Williamson's still killing it up forward. You've got the likes of Omar Mohammed, who's a live wire. One or two others, of course, Playstead in the ruck. Yeah. But as much as I want to give them a chance, it's nothing against the Waverley Blues, but this Boronia side is just off. They're just next level. So I think it'll be close-ish. But I just can't tip against Boronia.
I think obviously the fact that this is obviously the first meeting between these two teams, it does bring a bit of unknown to it. Yeah. But that being said, the facts of these, you have a ridiculous amount of scoring power coming from Boronia in recent weeks. They'll be riding on that form. Along with Besto, I really want to see the Waverley Blues do well. But I think, Boronia for me, easy.
Yeah, it's similar to Donvale. They're too hard to tip against. I still think they're probably a 4 or 5 goal better side than the other finals teams. And then it certainly goes. It certainly gets bigger margins when you play the sides that are struggling in East Burwood and Mulgrave and so on. So I think Waverley Blues can certainly be competitive throughout the afternoon, but there's just too many players to stop down both ends of the ground, and then that midfield is stacked. So. For me, I think Boronia 4 to 5 goals. But if Waverley Blues, again, they don't have to win this contest, but if they can put in a good effort and certainly show signs where they can get on top in certain patches of the game, that will give them plenty of confidence going forward.
Yeah, and they do bring back Chris Stuck as well, which is a pretty handy inclusion. Boronia, they obviously lose Josh Hannon, but bring in Liam Whelan, and Mitch Gilo and Corey Burgess also goes out as well. So they just continue to go from strength to strength. The Oracle, he or she has tipped Boronia by 33 points. I need to get that right next time. 106 to 73. They've tipped Mulgrave against East Burwood 93 to 38. Lilydale to defeat the Basin. Yeah, that is big. Lilydale to defeat the Basin 73 to 57. Croydon to win by 5 points against Ringwood, and Templestowe 64, Heathmont 38. So let's move on to Division 1, Wantirna South and Mitcham. It's always been pretty close games between these two, I feel, in recent years, but I feel like obviously between them they've won the one game combined, but Mitcham, they're still the reigning premiers, and they'll want to respond after their loss against Bayswater last weekend. And they don't want to go 1-4 because it's a bit of a mountain to climb. Because if Bayswater win against Moorbark today, they could be as far back as 3 games behind them in 5th place. So
I think the reality is if they can't beat this Wantirna South outfit, which is really struggling at the moment, then they probably just don't deserve to be in the finals conversation. If they are a finals team and a contender like we thought at the start of the season, they'll win this and they'll win it comfortably. If not, then look, it's a long season ahead. They've got a long way to catch up if they don't get the job done. I think there's just too much on the line for the Tigers. Tigers for me.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they have had a fairly hard start of the season, some massive losses. That being said, they probably should win this weekend. Like you said, the Devils, obviously struggling a little bit, but the Tigers easy. Yeah, they just have to win this one, Mitcham, and there's too many good players on this side. It's hard to know what's gone wrong so far this year. They've got Big Jake Perenni, of course, the likes of Smythe, Balaclava and the Ruck Cherry, etc. So I think they'll get it done today, definitely. Yeah, and it's because of they've had weeks where they've gone through a fair few changes. They've gone through changes this week. They bring back Nick Hallow, but they lose Jackson Glossett. They've got a couple of senior debutants as well, which is great to see, in Hamish Gill and Flynn Rebecca. So this is a must-win for them. I expect them to get the job done, but it'll be interesting to see how Wantirna South go. North Ringwood Doncaster. This is another great opportunity for Doncaster to get
like Lilydale, get back-to-back wins after a breakthrough victory. North Ringwood at Quamby is a tough challenge, and they've taken it up to the likes of Beaconsfield and Park Orchards when they've been at home to start this season. But I still expect the Saints to get the job done, but I'm keeping a close eye on this game because I wouldn't be surprised if Doncaster win. Brian?
Yeah, I actually think Doncaster a real chance this afternoon. In saying that, Loco was the massive out last week at half-time that really set him back in that second half and then let Mooroolbark run over the top. I just think North Ringwood at Quamby should still have enough to get across the line here. And important one because they probably could have pinched one of those 2 losses to Park Orchards and I can't remember the other side they played. Beaconsfield, that's the one. I think one of those games could have gone their way and suddenly you're looking at the season a little bit differently. So similar to Mitcham, it's a must-win for North Ringwood.
So obviously, Doncaster coming off a win and North Ringwood coming off a loss. I think probably Doncaster rides the momentum. They've got this in the bag, I reckon, 4 points.
Yeah, North Ringwood for me, definitely.
Mooroolbark and Bayswater. This is a very interesting game because Mooroolbark, a terrific victory last weekend against North Ringwood, coming from behind. Bayswater 3-1, and again, it's obviously early in the season, but after their first game, they've had a bit of a turnaround and now sit 2 games clear in the top 5 and potentially could move 3 games clear depending on results. They played some very close games last season, both decided by less than a point and both seeing Bayswater get over the line. And I think there was one at Bayswater Oval that was decided after the kick, so after the siren, I should say. So I'm really looking forward to this game. Besto, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think Bayswater was the first game they got the shellacking, wasn't
it?
Yeah,
against North Ringwood.
And we all sort of looked up and said, what is going on with Bayswater? But since then, they've come back with a vengeance, and I think they'll get the chocolates today, definitely.
Yeah, I think Bayswater in a close one, but in saying that, Mooroolbark looked very impressive last week when they got on top. But I think Bayswater, we've seen that now on a consistent basis for a few weeks, so I'll tip Bayswater.
And they bring back Christian Poe as well, so that's a pretty handy inclusion for them this week. Mooroolbark also bring in Harrison Keeling, so I expect the Waters to get the job done. We move on to 2 very interesting games. Also, I think both sides in the top 4. Montrose up against Beaconsfield. First up at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Gary, their first loss last weekend, Montrose out at Park Orchards. They've made a few changes. They bring back Jack Garthwaite into the lineup. Beaconsfield, again, mass changes. They've had 5 players come into the lineup. They do bring back Charlie Muley, Lachlan Medica, Cade Delarue, and Kobe Ship. I think all of those are VFL listed players, and they don't really lose anyone. So, I mean, their inclusions are really good, and they can take it right up to Montrose at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Right?
Oh, absolutely. I think they're absolutely a chance. In saying that, there's probably been, I guess, a bit of a struggle for them to have so many changes each week, and you're constantly having a different 22 on the park. Yeah. So that's just a reality of having that amount of VFL listed players in the side. In saying that, I think Montrose will bounce back. I think there's enough talent on that lineup. Jack Garthwaite's a massive inclusion down back. They're 1 week off Tennant, but I still think it's relatively strong side.
Sorry, who?
Tennant.
Tennant.
not the one behind who's pumping his fists at the moment. You gave Montrose a bit of a wind up.
Can I send us back down to earth then? Look, I to be honest, I will go with the Eagles on this occasion. From what I'm here, I'm tipping an upset partially because I don't want Montrose to win. But anyway,
no, I can't go past Montrose. I think those outs you mentioned for Beaconsfield and the fact that Montrose, they lost last week, but they'll be smarting from that, and I think they'll get it done today, and it could be quite comfortable.
Someone's got to watch Greg Lord too. I think he had another 37 down back last week. Very hard to stop.
They need to add a bit. They need to add a pressure forward.
So they do have the firepower, obviously, but to be honest, I just want to calm Blake down behind me. So.
I'm tipping Montrose as well at home. They're a hard side to beat out there. So are Park Orchards. They take on South Belgrave. This is a pretty interesting game. Park Orchards, the only undefeated side in Division 1. South Belgrave, they've had a terrific victory against Beaconsfield last weekend, where I think most of us would have tipped Beaconsfield, but they're not hitting top gear, South Belgrave, and yet they're still 3-1 with their one loss in a match we covered, Ryan and Besto against Montrose at home. So it's going to be an entertaining game. I won't be surprised if it's extremely high scoring because both sides, they know how to find the big sticks.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm tipping Park Orchards at home because their form has probably just been a little bit better, and South Belgrave been a little bit inconsistent. But yeah, as you said, they're still 3-1, so there's no damage done really. I mean, they're right there with Montrose and Beaconsfield. Park Orchards have just come into this division very nicely. Spitiri's had another great game last week. Kane Keppel, a fantastic start to the season. Haythorn has certainly shown, that Premier Division level footy coming into Division 1. So for me, Park Orchards.
South Belgrave have done really well to bounce back, obviously, after a really tough loss, which was, of course, match of the round. And we were a little bit shell-shocked, to be honest, just watching this. But I reckon... Look, it probably is going to be Park Orchards for me, but that doesn't rule out South Belgrave. I think they've got a lot going for them now, getting back into form, so I think it's important for them.
Besto?
Yeah, I like Park Orchards. I've sort of liked them, I guess. I've been a bit of a fan of theirs since way back when they won the flag, and it was in 2017, and they've looked a really good side because we had just had their former player coaching before in Jared, but I think, they're definitely Park Orchards for me.
Yeah, I'm tipping Park Orchards as well. Even when they were playing in Premier Division, they were hard to beat at home. Let's go through the Oracle's tips for Division 1. They've got Montrose winning by 4 points against Beaconsfield, Bayswater by 46 points against Moorbark, Doncaster by 10 points against North Ringwood, Park Orchards by 14 points against South Belgrave, and Mitcham by only 5 points against Wantirna South. So he's picked a couple of upsets, or he or she has picked a couple of upsets.
He's done it again.
Yes.
He's done it again.
Well, let's move on to Premier Division. A couple of quick tips for South Croydon, Norwood and Doncaster East Berwick. South Croydon, much needed win on Anzac Day. Doncaster East, a much needed win as well. So, but the Lions weren't as convincing as South Croydon, who obviously only won by 7 points, but I'm convinced they'll get the job done more comfortably than Doncaster East will against Berwick. Besto?
Yeah, absolutely. I think South Croydon over Norwood today, and Donny East will be over Berwick.
Yeah, I'm going the same.
Likewise.
Noble Park and Vermont. It doesn't get any easier for the Eagles, who are 0-3.
Certainly doesn't. They're going down.
He's confident it's the Noble Park man, Besto. But I can understand that because they've had a much better start to the season. And these were the kinds of games they let slip out at the last season at home where they dropped a couple of games, so I don't think they'll want to do the same here, Ryan.
No, I think Noble Park, but in saying that, every time their back is against the wall, Vermont, they pull something out of the hat, so wouldn't be surprised, but I just think they're just not playing the same sort of brand of footy that they were able to get into a grand final with last season. Kelkowski, obviously a massive loss, suspended for a couple of weeks. And you can't discredit anything that Noble's done. McDonald's had a fantastic couple of weeks. I think he had 40 on the weekend. Sketch had 38. Very strong midfield. They're finding the scoreboard too, which was probably the one question mark about him. So Noble Park at home.
I've used one word several times today, and I'll say it again. I reckon Vermont 100% shell-shocked. I saw an absolute forlorn Wayne Brasher last week at the end of the match of the round. He couldn't believe what he saw, and I'm sure we all feel the same way. It's going to be a long road back for Vermont. So, I'm much in the, I guess, the wheelhouse of Besto. I reckon it's going to be a convincing win for the Bulls.
All jokes aside, I think Noble Park comfortably.
Yeah, I think
Vermont are similar to Mitcham at the moment. I think there's potential there this season, but you're looking at now the clock and going, all right, we need to start moving today because you can't put yourself too far behind the 8 ball. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and then finally, East Ringwood, Blackburn, Roval and Bowen. I think Roval and Bowen is a very highly anticipated game out there at Seabeck Oval. East Ringwood, Blackburn. The Roos and Burners coming off losses as well against East Ringwood to Bowen and Blackburn to South Croydon. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond. But I'm tipping Roval and East Ringwood in both of these games. But I'm really looking forward to seeing the scores from both those games, Ryan.
Yeah, I know we're pushing for time, so I'll give you my tips in Roval and East Ringwood. Both the home teams there. That's mine.
I feel the exact same way. Ryan, I reckon the home ground advantage prevails here in both cases.
Yeah, me too, absolutely.
Yeah, but we'll be keeping a close eye because Roval Bull, it's two undefeated sides here coming up against one another in Premier Division. They've started off this season well. We're going to go to an ad break here second ad break out here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll reintroduce the rest of the called team for the Division 3 clash out here between Coldstream and Surrey Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Division 3 second versus third clash in the Pat Cronin Foundation Round between Coldstream and Surrey Park out here at Halley Supple Reserve. Pre-game's run and done. We've still got a little bit of time before the seniors get started. It's time to introduce the call team and reintroduce as well. Riding shotgun with me today. It's an absolute pleasure to be calling alongside this man once again, Brett Beston. Afternoon, Besto.
Hey, Wardy, nice to be here out at Coldstream. The perfect day out here. I know it was a bit foggy this morning. Yeah. Thankfully, I was a bit worried. I think we might have a difficult day with the call, but it's looking really good out here today, and I think we're in for a pretty good game on this very big ground. You don't. We talked about it before, but you don't realise until you get out here just how much bigger it is. But I think we're in for a cracker today.
Yeah. Certainly. We've got EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long, the Mayor of Montrose and Blake Whisper's tenant. Special comments today. Doing a great job.
Who voted him in?
Doing a great job on the women's match of the round earlier, and that was a very foggy game out here between Coldstream and Croydon North Hemlock. But great to be alongside you, Whispers?
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Tonsils? Whispers, Tonsils, he's a man of many nicknames.
Nah, I've got a few nicknames, don't I? It's kind of annoying for the viewers still listening on. It should be an absolute cracker, this one. I've been waiting to see. I'm more wanting to see, obviously we've seen Coldstream heavily, but I'm more wanting to see where Surrey Park are at the moment. You know, are they going to be a premiership contender, or, you know, are they just going to, you know, make the finals and that might be it, that sort of thing. That's what I gather with Surrey Park at the moment. So I'm really looking forward. But I also want to see Coldstream as well. Just feel like, obviously the reserves didn't go their way, which has been their little bit of a, pretty downside on them. So I just want to see how they go. A couple outs, of course, but it'll be a cracking game, Josh.
Brian? Good
yes, thanks, Josh. I can just see everyone looking in the windows at the moment.
They're saying hi. I'm Mr. Popular.
It's like the mayor of Surrey Park.
But no, very, very much looking forward to this game, Josh.
Boundary.
It's two very strong sides. I'll get my thoughts on Surrey Park at the moment because I think they're a real contender. That might come back to bite me today when I say things like that. But let's go down the boundary for the first time because we have John O'Ven out on ground level.
Thanks very much, guys. I believe that my partner in crime, Jared Beanland, will join us a little bit later. Let me tell you, it is an absolute perfect day for footy. Obviously, as you alluded to, Josh, before, and also Besto. It's very foggy, obviously, but the sun is beating down on me right now. Fantastic. Down on ground level, it is like carpet at the moment, and no chances of slipping over around here. And Josh, I think you're in for a big day, mate. People are going to be staring at you all afternoon.
And there's one man who's just walking past you, staring at me.
Just really quickly, Wardy, a max of 16. It doesn't really feel like it because the sun is out, but just a max of 16 to greet us later on in the day.
Thank you to John O'Ven. We'll cross down to him and Jared Beanland throughout this contest. But let's touch on this contest. We obviously went through Division 3 up to Premier Division in the pre-game, but this game, as I mentioned to both coaches, they've both had very identical starts to the season. Besto 3-1, their one losses coming against Donvale at Donvale Reserve. So if you're talking about this is as evenly poised a matchup as you can get out here at Halley Supple Reserve.
Yeah, definitely. The form line suggests that it is going to be a close one, but Wardy, I hate to do this to you, my friend, but I'm going to tip Coldstream up here. I think they go pretty well up here, and I just think that they might have just their avenues to goal look a bit more. I mean, obviously they do have Darcy Fritsch, he's kicked a lot, but they've got a couple of other guys in Conti, and there's someone else. Oh, well, Jared as well, Jared Bayless. And I just wonder about Surrey Park. They don't have quite as many options up forward, so I just think, and maybe in the midfield as well, Surrey Park, I think they'll go right in the mids. That'll be where the game's won and lost, but I think Coldstream up here, they'll get the job done. Yeah,
and that's the one thing about Coldstream as well, Ryan. They really love to score their goals from stoppages, and when you've got the likes of Darcy Carrigan, Brooke Castry, Gary Conyers, who's a massive out today, and Jesse Lehman in ruck as well, you can understand why there's a bit of a focus to get scores from stoppages. I think 46% of their total score this season, according to Premier Data, has been from stoppages.
And that's what Ken Worthy pointed out in the pre-game show. He pretty much said they've got to stop it at the source. And you have a look at their midfield, Surrey Park. I think there's a lot of talent in there. There's a bit more experienced bodies compared to maybe a couple of years ago. That's going to really hold them in good stead. We talked about Kane Hendon again in the pre-game. He's going to be massive for them, coming off a 43 disposal performance last week. It's a very even matchup. I think the two sides are very evenly matched up. But Coldstream have got a couple of outs, as mentioned, but you bring some new players in, get them into that senior side. So looking forward to this one. Are we doing tips yet? Did you want my tip?
Yeah, let's go with tips.
I'm going to back in Surrey Park by 3 or 4 goals. I just really like what they're doing. I think they are a contender, and they've got to prove it again against these tough opposition, and it's certainly a big test today for them.
Blake, your tip?
Yeah, I think I've got to go the good colours in the red and the blue today, as I love to see that.
Of course.
But I think
it starts early.
I think Surrey would have the edge, I think, today, just due to a few injuries from Coldstream. As you touched on, Josh, there's a few out today, and I think Surrey, they, if you have a look at their season so far, they, only losing to Donvale by 5 points, and I think that's really it for Surrey at the moment, and they haven't done anything wrong, I guess. So they had a big win over Ferntree Gully, and
Yeah, and obviously I think it goes unspoken who I'll be tipping, but I'll say it anyway. Surrey Park Way. I'll say boundary. 2 or 3 goals as we go down boundary side.
Thanks, Wardy. I will tip Surrey Park by 15 points, and some breaking news here. My partner in crime, Jared Beanland, has tipped Coldstream by 2 goals.
Thank you to John O'Ven and thank you to Jared for sending across that tip. And I think the toss was done. Lachlan Bacon won the toss for Surrey Park, and the Panthers will be kicking to the left of your radio dial.
Just for the record, I did give it before, but I'm going for Coldstream as well.
Yeah.
A couple of goals.
Yeah, so we're all set up out here at the Halley Supple Reserve for what is set to be an entertaining Eastland match of the round. Of course, as you'll be able to see on your screen, Surrey Park wearing their clash strip, the old Surrey Hills jumper. It's the first time we've gone to see that today. It's obviously the first time the club has had a clash strip in the last couple of seasons as well, which is great to see, Ryan.
A great nod to their heritage. That's fantastic to see, and it looks good out there. So, much better than the EFNL clash jumpers that they've had to wear in previous seasons. Great to see it live as well today.
As we get set for this.
Sorry, just a quick couple changes I've seen here. Looks like Lockie Peters is going to have a big job today on Darcy Fritsch today. So
the vice captain having a massive job against one of the best forwards in Division 3. I think he's the second leading goal kicker, 16 goals this season. He's kicked bags of 5 and 3 in the 2 matches out here at Coldstream Reserve. We're all set here. Brett Beston to get us on the way in the Eastland match of the round.
Thank you, Wardy. So the two big ruckmen lining up against each other will be Lehman against Swan in the first head out of the match. Up they go with the knee win in there from, goodness me, that was a nasty one as the ball spills out. They go forward for the first time. Trying to take a mark over there. One of the Surrey Park players was wrapped up nicely by Hart. Now the ball goes forward. Coldstream with a chance, but it's in the hands of Surrey Park. Got to get used to these blue and red jumpers. They were quite different. Over there on the far side, ball on the ground in contest. Now they go inside 50. But there's plenty of defenders back. Although having said that, there's a couple of Surrey Park players and the tackle is made. And we'll have a ball up inside 50. First one of the game. And Surrey Park early to go on the attack.
As up they go, Lehman got the tap down. Smith nearly sharked it. Instead, it's Castro who was wrapped up by Tom Smith. Ball locked up, and umpire will call for it about 30 metres out from the Surrey Park goal, in front of a couple of Coldstream fans out here who have set themselves up with a bit of a fire as up they go again. No clear winner for that possession as Vitaka just tried to fend off his opponent, and he fended him off too high. That was Darcy Carrigan. He gave the free kick away too. Coming back into the lineup, as Jared Bayliss mentioned in pre-game, a calf injury last weekend that saw him not play against Donvale. He goes out wide. Got an option short as umpire calls Coldstream man to play on. He's forced to go down the line to a big pack of players. The strong hands there from Sam Porter, who'll look to rebound inside 50. Got a couple of leads. Mundy was one of them. Taking the intercept mark is Dylan Sverns.
So Dylan Sverns, the ex-Heathmont man, of course, goes out wide, finds a target too. Good kick, and Chandler ran about the half-back line. Where does he go? He decides to go out wide, looking for a target. It's a one-on-one. Nice mark over there. That's Verstegen, I think. In fact, it's McConnell, sorry. So now McConnell decides to go down the line. Can he hit a target? It's a two. What's we got here? A free kick? No, play on. The umpire says play on, so it's in their hands now. And here's a chance for the first goal of the day. Little handball over the top, and you won't get much. Oh, he's dropped it. Unbelievable. It was McInerney, I think. He just took it in the goal square. Even I could have kicked that one, and that's saying something. And he's dropped it. Oh, my word.
Well, certain goal. Just
Chance
couldn't control it. Went without it.
Chance gone begging. Coldstream do have the first score. It's just a behind. Surrey Park gets to score as Haynes takes this kick in. Goes short to Jack Woods. They look to build this up slowly. Went over the head of Robert Swan, but Surrey have the numbers out the back. One of those is Taden Vitaka. Tom Hunt is all by himself right in front of us on the half-forward flank. Goes inside 50 looking for Mundy. Pretty decent pick up that. Got the handball away. And getting the snap-on goal there is Nick Can. Is it drifting to the left? It is. So quick ball movement from Surrey Park, and it's just a minor score, one apiece. Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so just a couple.
Boundary.
We'll go. Yeah, Berger first. Yeah.
Sorry, thanks, Blake. Look, if I just observe that kick, I mean, the wind isn't really a factor out here. I reckon if Can just gave it a little bit more body to the kick, I reckon he would have had a 6-pointer. Not much wind around here to speak of, so wind not to blame in that case.
So Surrey Park back in possession of the football as it's sent out towards the far side of the ground. And is it going to stay on over there? Yes, it is. Picked up by Kenworthy. I think it is. No, it's not Kenworthy, sorry. It's Verstegen. So now it's in the hands of one of the Surrey Park players on the far side of the ground, sends it forward. It's about half forward. Excellent mark taken there by Carrigan, one of the stars of this Coldstream side. Finds a target, so they'll just move it forward now. It'll chip up to about the run about the half forward line. Mark taken on the far side. This is a good build up by Coldstream as they look to go inside 50 for pretty much the first time in the game. Ball bouncing around. Can they get on the end of it? Not at the moment, but there's a snap for goal. How does this one looking? It's off target and goes through for a minor score. So we're still waiting for the first goal, but Coldstream have 2 behinds to Surrey Park's lone behind in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just a couple matchups I've just seen here. Tater Vitata, is that his name? Vitaka. Looks like he's got the job on Jared Bayless today, so that'll be an interesting matchup.
As the kick-in was nearly intercepted by Liam Heatherton. It's Coldstream who eventually pick up this ball. Carrigan got past Kenworthy. Short chipping ball to McDonald.
He started well, boys.
He has started well, Scott McDonald, and he can go back. He kicked the last behind. This will be for the first goal of this contest, though. Causing them a couple of headaches inside that forward half is Scott McDonald.
As well as Carrigan too, just classy ball user. Just smart kick.
Jared Bayless mentioned in the pre-game he'd be a massive inclusion, as you'd expect, as McDonald comes in. One of the inclusions to the left. He's missed a couple of chances as McDonald. So have Coldstream. 3 behinds, the Cougars. Surrey Park just the 1 behind. 5 minutes played here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So still we wait the first goal in this one. Is it McDonald or McDonnell? McDonald we're going with, are we? Okay. So Surrey Park to bring the football back in. There's the return from Kenworthy out towards the half-back line, but it's been turned over. And they go into the pocket, Coldstream, but it's a little bit overcooked and it's going to go out of bounds. So we'll have a throw in dangerous position, though. That was Conti that couldn't take that one. 6 goals for the season so far. Pales into insignificance to what Fritsch has done, but nevertheless, so umpire to throw it in eventually. Perfect conditions out here at Coldstream this afternoon. It's going to get cold later. That's an absolute given. Now it's in the hands almost of McDonald, who's can't get his hands on it. The ball is out of bounds, and we'll have another throw in that forward pocket again, almost the same position. So Coldstream starting to get some territory now, but still haven't got the first goal on the board. They have 3 behinds to 1, and we've had 6 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it goes. Up they fly. Ball bouncing around over there. On the bottom of that is, can't see who that is, but the tackle is made. It's a bit of a stalemate in this situation, but the umpire will throw it up and almost in the goal square.
So it was McDonald who nearly got that chance on goal. He's been lively in these early stages as Swan got the tap down. There is McDonald, run down by Kenworthy. Umpire will call for it. He's had plenty of possessions, McDonald.
He's just looking lively, isn't he?
Sorry, boys, and just another matchup. Tom Smith looks like he's going to go on Daniel Verstegen.
That's a pretty interesting matchup as Swan got the tap down. Kenworthy, again wrapped up by McDonald. In the last couple of tackles there.
He's everywhere, isn't he?
He has been everywhere, as Scott McDonald. Last minute or two, Kenworthy as well, as Craig pushed out Robert Swan. It won't be. It'll be a free kick to the former Rory Yellick man, one of the recruits coming across to Surrey Park this season, as he'll get this ball here on this broadcast side back pocket, deep in his defensive 50 as he looks to go to Tom Smith, who took the strong mark, read it best over Daniel Verstegen. Players calling for it. He might be forced to go down the line. He is. Mundy, the big target, parked underneath this. Couldn't take the mark. Hendon on ground level. Couldn't get a clean handball away. Fig did get a clean handball away. He might get hands on this ball. He won't. It goes out of bounds right in front of the Coldstream bench, and we'll get a boundary throw-in.
So 7.5 gone out here at Coldstream. Very much a feeling out process. Been a good even contest, but still we wait for the first goal. 3 behinds to 1. It's Coldstream just getting a little bit on top with a territory advantage in the last few minutes, but nonetheless, still anyone's game. And it goes. Trying to get there was number 14 in Hammond, I think it was, but we're going to have a free kick now, going the way of Surrey Park. So they'll send it forward. On the boot it goes to around about the half-forward line. Who can take a mark? It's there for a contest at the moment. Falls into the hands there of Mundy. Mundy gets it away. Nicely worked to Naidu. Naidu goes inside 50 and finds a target as well. That's good play. So this is going to be an opportunity for the first goal. It's Falahi. I think that's how you say it, Josh.
Falahi.
Falahi, sorry. So Falahi has the footy. and he's going to have the real opportunity to put the first major on the board.
It's be a pretty decent effort here from Brendan Fallahay. It's the arcs, they're definitely pretty big out here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'll take a decent kick.
So Fallahay, let's see what he's got. He's not a big man, but if he strikes it nicely, no wind to speak of, and he's pulled it. So still we wait for the first goal. Through for another minor score. It's like a soccer score at the moment. 3 behinds to 2 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're just about at the 9-minute mark of this first term.
So Bulcastri takes this kick in, got Daniel Verstegen short. Hunt was pressing him down, but it found him as he goes back to Bulcastri. Been terrific to start this season as Castri goes to the far side half-back flank here because he's got a man all by himself, and that's Austin McInerney, who could have had the first goal but didn't get it. His kick falls short there. I think that was Verstegen. Surrey pounce. Lachlan Summers inside 50. Out the back was Tom Hunt. He might get hands on this ball. Dance past one. Goes to the snap. And there's the first goal of this Eastland match of the round. Tom Hunt with the first for Surrey Park. They lead 1-8. Coldstream 3 behinds. And a nice bit of play there from another player who come.
Well, that's right. Another youngster.
Another from the under-19s. And I think that's his third goal of the season, his third goal in his senior career as well. So a terrific, good start there for Surrey Park after Coldstream. You could say they'd have most of the territory, Ryan and Blake.
That's right, but he did very well just to keep his feet and remain in the contest and end up finishing that one. And probably against the grain of the flow of the game so far. It's been Coldstream early looking like the more attacking side, but that's a very positive result for Surrey Park to get one against it.
Boundary.
We go to the boundary with Jared Beanland, who's joined us for the first time.
Very gracious of them to wait for me to get here to score the first goal. Really appreciate that.
Oh, we told them you were a bit late. They said, oh, no worries. We'll get it sorted. So Lockie Craig takes the footy, gets a handball off to Carrigan, who's been really prominent early. Now they'll go inside 50. It's a funny old kick, but they may be able to get it. But it's coming back for Surrey Park in the hands now of Fallahay. Now it's jinking away there, and Surrey Park will go to about the middle of the ground. Good mark taken there by Smith. 6 goals for him this season as well as he goes forward trying to find a target. Awkward bounce. Back there is one of the Coldstream players who gets a handball off. It's McInerney with the ball. Now it's back into the middle of the ground. Lehman it was who ran past it. They're in a bit of trouble here, Coldstream. They might be happy for the stoppage. Going to ground was Powell. Bouncing around, but Surrey Park get it back. Is that high? What does the umpire say? Well, yeah,
he did duck his head.
He did duck his head. I'm not sure about that one, but he paid for it. And the umpire has decided it's good enough for him, and it's going to be a free kick to Surrey.
Lockie Bacon.
So Lockie Bacon will go back.
They're getting a fair few entries here, Surrey Park. You know, they started a bit slow, I thought, but the entries now they're growing is pretty good at the moment for the Panthers.
So I've got Callum Garvin on my team sheet, Wardy.
He's number 2. Garvin and Bacon have swapped numbers.
Right. Good of you to tell me that as the kick goes on its way.
You're welcome, Besto.
All right, so Bacon is, oh, goodness me. I tell you, this has been a nightmare.
There's nothing Brett hates more than jumper change.
Well, we've only had about 10, so, you know, I'm going quite well. So take it away, Wardy, while I get this sorted out.
So Surrey Park, they lead by 1 straight kick, 139 to the Cougars, 3 behinds as the kick in goes to the broadcast side back pocket. They're now going down the line, Coldstream, and it's out of bounds for a boundary thrown right near the Surrey Park bench.
I think we need to start instigating fines for teams that have mass number changes on game day.
As we'll get this ball tossed back into play here. It'll be Lachlan Peters, the backup rock, up against Jesse Lehman here, who was a former Surrey Park player, I'll add, Jesse Lehman, a couple of years ago. Is Castry got it to Carrigan, his partner in crime, got the handball away there to Josh Hammond, goes through the middle of the ground. It dropped the mark there, did Kai Frost, one of the inclusions. Sutherland wraps him up, got it back to Josh Hammond. Kick looking for Conti, who has plenty of speed. He isn't able to use it as Bailey Grant is run down from behind by Angus Sutherland. Surrey turned this ball over. McLaren got it away to Jack Woods, and they're moving this ball through the middle of the ground. The Panthers. Bacon goes the darting ball inside 50, looking for Jasper Mundy. It's Can who picks it up, got the kick away. Will it be Tom Hunt who latches onto this loose ball? He doesn't. It's Dylan Severns who got the handball away. A bit of a wonky one, but they rush it through Coldstream. 1-4-10 the Panthers. Coldstream just the 3 behinds. 13.5 minutes gone here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the Eastland match of the round.
So Bayless with the footy. the ex-Park Orchards man, as he gets the kick forward to about the centre of the ground. Bouncing around, it's going to come back, but Surrey Park, clash of heads almost, it might not have been. One of the players going to ground there, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So just outside 50 this one, so dangerous period for the Coldstream side. Let's see how they go, and we're going to get a free kick out of it, so that'll help them get out of this. A short chip into the middle of the ground, nice mark taken across the half-back line, and they switch it quickly. So nice run off half-back, now they get it up towards centre wing. It's going to probably beat no, it's going to stay on over there for the moment. Trying to get his hands on it there was McLaren, couldn't quite take possession, and eventually I think it's out. So we'll have a throw in. Around about centre wing. A bit of activity on the interchange benches there. Players coming off left, right and centre. We've got a bit of a party happening too. Some head-banging music coming through the speakers from somewhere.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's the Surrey Park Reserves. They don't mind it.
So the umpire sends it in. Nicely won there from the big man in Lehman. Now it's on the ground. And is that high? No, the umpire says we'll just have a
boundary.
And we'll go down to the boundary.
I don't think that doof music you're hearing is from the club rooms on this side. I think it's from the opposite side of the field somewhere.
So we get this ball tossed back up. Lehman looking for Lachlan Craig, and we'll see it out of bounds for boundary throw-ins. Oh, I was wrong.
It's on the hill with the fire.
Sure. It did sound it was coming from behind us. We'll get this ball tossed back into play here. It'll be Swan who's gone back into ruck up against Lehman. Lehman just took him out of it. Got the kick away. They moved this ball forward to Coldstream and concede a boundary throw-in right on the paint of 50 on this broadcast side. Thank you for tuning in. Eastland match of the round. Coldstream v Surrey Park, second versus third in Division 3. As we get this ball, or we wait this ball to be tossed back into play by the umpire. Lehman, no clear winner in that ruck contest. He just tried to take it out of ruck. Lehman. Hendon was tackled by two Coldstream opponents in Kai Frost and Lehman himself. Get this ball thrown back up.
So umpire to throw it up again. So 10 plays 3, just the 1 goal in it so far. Tight contest as Lehman gets the head out. It's falling for Surrey Park, but the tackle made on the ground. A good strong tackle too by the big man in Craig. Wouldn't want to be on the end of one of his tackles. He's a big boy. The umpire says we'll have a ball up, and that man Craig it is who's the last to get up. So we'll do it again. Up it goes. There's the head out, won by Coldstream, but not going to get it out of there. It's just going to be another opportunity for the umpire to. He's going to get sore arms. He used to do this all day. So up it goes again. And this time, a bit of a nil-all draw in the ruck this time, but it falls out for Carrigan, who gets it forward into the goal square. Can they get him marked? There's a couple of Surrey Park players back there, ducking his head under. I think it was, who's that under there? Bayless, I thought it was. Saw the number 3, and the umpire says we're going to have a ball up. Bayless a bit slow to get up too. He's just holding the back of his neck. Took it with a bit of a whack, so the umpire will throw it up again. And here's the big man Lehman. That was one that time. And a little snap out of the ruck, and it's a goal. And I think that's Fritz, was it?
Yeah, it was Fritz.
It was. Fritz took it out of the ruck and has snapped it through. And if anyone can find the big sticks, it's Darcy. He's had 16 goals. That's number 17 for the season. And Coldstream get there up first. 139 to 114 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've had 17 in this first term.
They were biding their time the last couple of minutes, Ryan and Blake.
You looked on the screen there if you're watching on YouTube and Facebook. All the Surrey players look to try and get that as a touch ball. We don't have that sort of technology to find out that. But,
score review.
But that's his strength, Darcy Fritz. Very strong. He's a very hard one-on-one, so he can certainly win those one-on-one battles like that.
It looks like George Haynes has got the job on him. Coming back into the lineup after a week off, Haynes, so that'll be a fascinating duel whenever they meet. As up we go again in the middle of Halley Supple Reserve. Lehman the tap down, and it was a really good one to the running Bayless, who couldn't completely control it. It falcons him in the end, unintentionally, as this ball's not going anywhere. Surrey do well though. Bacon to Woods. Got Hayden Smith on the far side, who takes the mark. Looks for Bacon in the middle of the ground. In fact, he's got another option in Kane Hendon, coming off a 43 disposal outing last week against Ferntree Gully, as he goes to the far side looking for Zach Stone. Drop the mark. Chandler arrives to support Pesamidi, and he gets this ball back. Goes the short option, but it's cut off by Robert Swan. Got Bacon and Hendon calling for it, and it doesn't get to either of them. Hendon managed to get a handball away. Carrigan with a nice spin move. Got it to his coach in Jared Bayless, who just unloads with a torp, looking for Darcy Fridge with the strong hands.
They're out here. They're out here.
They are out here. There's Scott McDonald calling for it, but Fridge, he's going back. He's looking for his teammates to go inside forward 50. Got a man calling for it wide. Ooh. And that man there was Bryce Hart, who eventually gets this ball. Got past one. He can't get past Angus Sutherland, though, and Hendon got the handball away to Hayden Smith, who got it to Angus Sutherland as they move this ball forward.
Because they made a mess of that Coldstream. They really should have had a goal there.
They had a go. They had, I think it was McDonald right out there.
Yeah,
disappointing.
absolutely.
It took forever. And he's
they've absolutely monstered that as Coldstream get the footy back just outside, just in the centre of the ground. Now it's come out, whistle's gone as Bayless puts the kick forward, but the umpire's whistles is going to bring them back. And
it's a throw.
A throw. So coming up to almost time on in this first quarter. Hasn't been a lot of scoring, but it's been a good game.
Back to what I was saying before, Besto, Darcy Fridge, VFL listed, should know better than that. He had one player out there.
Absolutely. So Surrey with the footy. As they decide to go forward, if they could pinch a late one here, they'd be pretty happy. There's the big ruckman in number 24, Lehman. He's been prominent in this first term as they snap for goal, and I think that's gone through, has it? It has. I didn't see who kicked the goal.
Might have been Hunt.
Might have been Hunt. Let's have a look and see.
I think it was.
Lachlan Summers.
So Lachlan Summers it was, but out of nothing really. We're just saying, I was just about to say that they could do with a goal before quarter time, and there it is. So Lockie Summers gets his first of the afternoon, and Surrey Park, they just extend their lead. It's 2-4-16 to 139. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and we're just into time on.
Now, Lockie Summers, he's requested to have a nickname, the Big Pussycat, because he thinks he's the best player at Surrey Park.
I can think of better nicknames. Not all that sort of, Anyway.
But still a big goal there for Surrey Park. Summers, another former junior coming back to the club, like Hendon, like Jake Summers as well, who obviously isn't playing. He's on the side. He's still out here, is Jake Summers. But once they get him back as well, it's a pretty handy inclusion as Lehman got the tap down, looking for Castry. Smith didn't let him escape. Hendon escaped and got it to Vitaka. There's a free kick, and it's downfield, and it might be going to Surrey Park. It is, and it's going to be Lachlan Summers with the shot on goal. So
25.
It is 25. So his shot on goal would have been probably from right on the 50-metre arc. He'll now kick from 25 metres out directly in front. Oh, it's another 25 as well. So he's been marched to the top of the goal square and makes it 2 minutes for Surrey Park. Lachlan Summers with his second. Surrey Park with their third. 3-4-22, the Panthers. Coldstream 1-3-9, 21 and a half minutes gone here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Ryan.
Just some scores around the grounds. John Vale lead 3-3-21 to 2-3-15 Oakley District. Knox lead Fair Park 2-4-16 to Fair Park 1-2-8. We'll keep updating those scores around the ground. Sylvan 2-1-13 lead Upper Fenchurch Gully 2-12.
So a couple of quick ones for the Coldstream side. For Surrey Park, sorry. As we just await the umpire to bring the ball back to the middle.
And just another one. South Croydon lead 3-5-23 to Norwood 2-12.
So up they go. They fly in the ruck. Had one by Coldstream that time. As they get it forward, they can now do with one before quarter time, conceding a couple of quick ones there. And what's been a pretty tight first quarter, the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So about probably just outside the 50 by a few metres. Up it goes. They go. Jared Bayless was trying to get in the ruck there. He's a bit small to be a ruckman. Now they get it inside 50. Mark almost taken, but it's spilled. And Surrey Park try to get it out, and they do pretty well for the moment, but it's not out quite yet. Diving on the ball there was, I think it was Kenworthy under that. Now they get it out. Snap for goal off the boot of Frost. Oh, that is a fantastic goal, and that is the early contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. And it was Frost, Kai Frost, just to snap on the right boot, and that's a beauty.
Tough angle on the right boot too. That's a fantastic finish, and one they needed because they did have a strong start and weren't able to put any goals on the board. So just to get one back before quarter time, keep them in close range.
So 3-4-22 to 2-3-15, and we've had 23 gone in the first term.
And just another matchup that I've also been seeing, boys, is that the two heavyweights are going at it at the moment. So Kane Hendon and Darcy Curran are really going at it at the moment. So two big bulls going at it. Be interesting to see. I'll ask you at quarter time, but who do you think's going to who's edging at the moment in the midfield?
As Castry, he had Hendon wearing him almost like a glove. He managed to escape at Surrey. They get this ball. Kenworthy looking there for Jasper Mundy, who picks it up again really well. Got Nick Can on a lead.
Ooh. Oh, he dropped
Umpire
it.
paid the mark.
Oh, he's a bit quick, I think.
He went to...
Blew the whistle just before he'd even
nearly
let go of it. But that's how quickly they can move the ball too.
Yeah.
From Kenworthy to Mundy and then inside 50. That's one of their big strengths, Surrey Park.
Best on ground in the grand final, I believe, wasn't he, Josh?
Can?
No, it was Tom Smith.
Tom Smith, yeah. So
I thought it was Mundy.
Bet it's Can who...
The Can Man, there we go. Yeah,
if anyone can.
Can he kick this goal?
Somewhere to say it.
He kicked 3 goals last week. As he comes in now, yes he can. Nick Can has his first. Surrey Park again the immediate response, 4-4-28. Coldstream 2-3-15, 24 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. The goals are flowing in these last couple of minutes, Ryan.
It really is a great battle through the midfield, and there's a lot of stars on both sides. But when Surrey Park get out on the outside, that's where they look really dangerous. They've done it a couple times this quarter, Blake, and the transition has been really strong. And inside 50, it was a beautiful kick too.
Oh, yeah.
Made Can work for it, but it's right in front of him. And that's a great result for them.
I'll ask you guys at quarter time after the break, who do you think's, I'll give you some time, who do you think's winging down the midfield, and I'll give you time at quarter time. But I think this is today, it'll just be whoever's going to win it out of the midfield.
So one out of the midfield is right on cue as it falls into the hands there of Coldstream, one of the Coldstream players who gets it forward, but reaching over the top and taking a good mark is Porter. That was good defending. A little chip forward, nicely done too. Picks out Vitaka. Likes his game so far, and he's been in pretty good form in recent weeks as the ball has spilled over there, but they've still got it, Surrey Park, and they've got a chance to go inside 50 again. Here they go. Who's going to get on the end of this? Plenty of defenders back. Ball spills to ground, and the umpire's whistle's gone. What's he paid here? Kicking in danger, so it's going to be a free kick going the way of Coldstream, and they'll be pleased with that because they couldn't afford to concede another one. Pesamenti, little chip out, finds Craig. Needs to get into the game a bit. Good player, Lockie Craig, as he goes into the middle of the ground. They turned it over. There's Kerrigan, who's been particularly prominent in this first term. Beautiful kick. Mark should have been taken. It's been dropped over there. That was disappointing, but they've got it back again into the hands of... in fact, it's a free kick. They've conceded a free kick for a throw. So the chance was there, but they've blown it for the moment, and Surrey back in possession.
As Haynes goes to the far side to Garvin, looks for Zach Stone over the top. And another player coming across from Wanturna South as he goes over the top to Jack McLaren inside 50. Unintentionally found Sam Naidu. Short chipping ball over the top looking for Can. Who, he's going back here. He's a very confident kick on goal, is Nick Can. We've seen him do this whenever we've set in match of the rounds or finals in the past, Blake.
And he's right in front of the pocket they've got here, so he will love a celebration if he can get this one through, boys.
I won't be surprised if he lets the Coldstream faithful know about it, as Can, with his slow, deliberate approach, kick the last goal for Surrey Park. It'll fall short. Coldstream have the numbers at the fall of the ball. They eventually get this ball clear. Bayless' kick was smothered. It deflected, though, to Lachlan Craig. Plenty of pressure being applied by Surrey Park. Coldstream managed to get it clear. Garvin did really well there. Spun past a couple. Got the handball away to Tatum Vitaka. Umpire is going to ping him here. And Coldstream can breathe a sigh of relief. They can move it forward.
So they're playing quickly, but it's going to be a 25, I think.
I think so. Mouthed off, boys.
Yep, so 25. That's we've had a couple of those early. So
it just isn't needed.
Discipline can certainly hurt you as the ball goes into the middle of the ground. Not quite taken by Coldstream, and they're going to get it back, though. Taken over there, and the little handball out of congestion. Can they get a late one, Coldstream, and just stay in touch? It's been Surrey Park who've had the better of the last few minutes. And now it's in the hands of Smith. They go forward again, Surrey Park. There's another one here, and this would really hurt. Taken over there, nice mark by Powell. And someone's hurt over there too. It's Can who took a whack. Looks like he's holding on. I don't know where he's. We'll get one of the boys to keep an eye on that. Not sure what the injury is, but he looks in a bad way.
He's coming straight off.
Yeah.
It looks like his shoulder, boys. I think I've seen a shoulder, but we'll get the Boundary boys to follow that up.
So Falstead with the chip out wide finds a target. As the siren goes, just in the nick of time too, so that'll be a chance for them to go back and regroup.
Nah, it's a wrist injury here, boys.
Wrist injury doesn't look promising, but we'll get an update on that one. So quarter time out here at Coldstream, and it's the Surrey Park Panthers with their noses in front, 4-4-28 against Coldstream's 2-3-15. Here's Wardy with the goal kickers.
So the major goal kicker is Lachlan Summers with 2 for Surrey Park. Nick Cann and Tom Hunt, the other goal kickers for Coldstream. Darcy Fritsch and Kai Frost getting on the scoreboard. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll be listening into one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the second quarter of action out here in the 2nd v 3rd Division 3 clash between Coldstream and Surrey Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Coldstream up against Surrey Park. It's the Panthers who lead at quarter time out here at Halley Supple Reserve, 4-4-28 to Coldstream 2-3-15. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Best and Ryan Long and Blake Tennant.
Yes, Josh, I asked you guys before the siren pretty much sounded, but who do you think is winging down the midfield? Obviously, it's been head-to-head, but who do you think comes the first break, you reckon?
Well, I'll go first, and this might come as a surprise. I don't know what you guys think, but I actually think Coldstream are getting the better of the midfield, which is interesting because they're getting beaten. But for mine, I think Lehman's had the better of the ruck, and I think Carrigan's been really, really prominent as well. So I think probably you'd have to say Coldstream.
No, I'm not too surprised. I think it's Coldstream as well. That's where they've built their game this season. They've pretty much kicked half their goals from stoppages, according to Premier data, and they're a side that don't mind hitting the scoreboard from those stoppages. And it's really Surrey's turnover game, which is, again, their strength. They're just able to turn it over and quickly move it from...
They've been good on the outside, haven't they, Surrey?
Yeah, they've been good. And they've been at times able to nullify Coldstream in forward 50 in the stoppages. So
Boundary.
But as we go down boundary side to John O'Ven.
Thanks very much, Wardy. Look, I just brushed past Nick Cann just before they went to their line meetings. He's just got a sore wrist. I can't remember which one it was, but hopefully he'll be back soon. He was mildly in pain. In terms of what James Kenworthy has to say, look, to be honest, the line meetings were very relaxed. They're very happy with where they're at. He sensed that Coldstream don't really want to defend at this stage, so Surrey Park have just got to keep doing what they're doing.
Thank you to John O'Van down there on ground level. It'll be an interesting watch. He looks fine. They're right in front of us, the Surrey Park bench, and he looks okay. He's obviously starting the game.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
I've just got Matt Johnson, assistant coach of Coldstream. Jono, how did you see that game? It seemed to open up a little bit during the first quarter, just midway through. What do you think you put that down to?
Opened up a little bit. You can see what sort of style they want to play. A little bit of slingshot footy. Two high half forwards. They're rolling one to the middle and pushing one back in front of Fritter. So we're going to try and close that down this quarter and get it back on our terms. So a 50-50 ball game. So see how we go from there.
How important is going to be the physical contest? I know Jared, he stressed that at the start of his address.
Yeah, pretty young team, as you can tell with Surrey. So quick running footy. If we get in there first, play the style we want to play. So we want to get on our terms and go from there. So hard footy, get in there first and go from there.
Thanks, mate. Good luck for the game.
Thank you to Jared Beanland down there. We're about to get on the way in the second quarter. The final couple of patrons.
Just a couple of scores around the grounds, Josh, before we get started. Churnside 19 to Forest Hill 9. Bronya lead Waverley Blues by 1 point, 13 to 12.
A couple of interesting games out there between the Zebras and the Panthers, and of course the Hawks against the Blues. So we'll keep bringing those scores from around the grounds.
Just quickly, Wardy, I'm just on Nick Canwatch. He's getting a fair bit of attention down here on the sideline, and he looks to be in a little bit of discomfort. They're still checking him out. So
second quarter underway, Brett Beston.
So here we go. Umpire to throw it up. Up she goes. Up they fly. It's one out of the ruck once again by Lehman. He's had a colossal first quarter. Ball on the ground. It was Castry trying to get it, but the umpire's whistle's gone, and he's going to come in and ball it up again. So 28 to 15 in favour of the Surrey Park side. Another win in the ruck as Carrigan was there, but he couldn't quite get it that time. He's been prominent in the first quarter. He's there again. He's tackled that time. The ball spills away, but they'll get it onto the boot, and they'll get an early inside 50. Can they get the mark? Not at the moment. Ball spills out there. Not quite taken in the... what's the umpire paid? In fact, it's gone forward, and the mark has been taken. So they will get that early chance after all. And it's going to be an early shot at goal, and they could do with this one. They really could.
I think that's Bailey Grant who's taken the mark.
Just waiting for him to turn around. So I think you're right. Yeah, number 44. So Bailey Grant it is, who will go back. And this is going to be a much needed goal chance for their third of the afternoon. Pretty kickable, but we won't put the moz on him. He's put it through. The crowd got up pretty early, so Bailey gets it through for his first of the day. And Bailey Grant's first is the third for Coldstream when they close it up on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's 4-4-28 to 3-3. We're early stages of the second.
Yeah, I think that's quite important to get started with. I think Surrey were certainly getting on top in the back half of that first term with their run and carry. So important goal, and they've just got to make the most of their opportunities. Can't rely on Darcy Fritsch to hit the scoreboard every time. So guys like Grant hitting the scoreboard early is fantastic.
Boundary.
Go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, that was one of Jared Bayless's points as well. So they weren't really getting reward for their effort. They needed to take as many opportunities as possible, and that's the perfect start of the quarter for them.
As we wait a little bit.
They need Josh. They need more. They need more. Helpers around him. And that's a credit to Shane. Why we just stated there with Grant.
And usually he'd have Edmonds and Bayless himself, but Bayless, he's starting this centre bounce in midfield and going to have more midfield time, and Edmonds obviously isn't playing, so it'll be interesting to see if some of those...
a little bit of a different setup
today. And see if some of those younger players with the likes of Liam Heatherton and Bailey Grant can step up. But they get the first goal in this second quarter. Surrey might get this clearance though. They don't. Castry got a handball away. It's Coldstream who clear from the middle of the ground. Inside 50 already. McLaren with the spoil there. It's only into the hands of his Coldstream opponent there in Jeremy Conti, who gives away the holding the ball free kick. And it's going to go to Sam Porter, who's eligible as well for 19s. His kick was a very dangerous one, and it was cut off there. A good spoil for Kai Frost, who's come into the lineup and had his moments in that forward half. He's obviously one of Coldstream's goal kickers, and they inside their forward 50 still are the Cougars. 3 minutes gone in this second quarter. They lead 28-21 as this ball is all set to be tossed back into play. Swan and Lehman lock horns. Lehman got front position. Tried to take it out of ruck, couldn't. Castry looking for Bayliss, who was wrapped up by Kane Hendon, and we'll get another stoppage in Coldstream's attacking half.
Quarter time at Springfield Park. It is Whitehorse leading Scoresby 25-7.
So umpire's whistle goes, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Surrey this time. And so chance for them to get out of danger. No hurry to take it just at the moment, as the ball is... eventually they're going to put it onto the boot. And it's been smothered, and it goes out of bounds. So they just messed around a bit there, Surrey. That was disappointing. And in the end, the kick got smothered.
Just got some Div 1 scores, boys. Montrose lead 4 straight, 24 to Beaconsfield 3-3-21. Tied down at the Heights, 3-2-20 apiece. North Ringwood lead by 2 points, 22-20. That's the only scores we've got for Div 1.
So get an early Montrose score in there. That was inevitable as the ball goes out towards the boundary. Picked up by Bayliss. Gets a handball back inside. I think that's Bayliss now who runs through the middle. Can he hit a target? No, it's been cut off over there. Good work by Porter. He's been pretty good so far in this match. As the ball is still inside 50. Snap it. Goal. It's just gone through for a minor score. So the opportunity was there.
Boundary.
Going to be one more to the total as we go down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
And that's, again, that's the guy that you were talking about before, Kai Frost. It was a really canny handball that he fed out there.
As the kick-in was a little bit sketchy, they still eventually clear it through Surrey Park through Jack Woods. Kick went over the top of his teammate. Castry latches onto the loose ball, faked the handball, got a grubber kick, and it's Surrey who intercepted Tayden Vitaka. That's a big handball to Vitaka, who goes a not so great kick in the end, and it's cut off there by Josh Hammond. His kick just falls short there of his coach Jared Bayliss. It's Castry with the kick off the ground, and a great kick at that to Bailey Grant. They move this ball further forward to the Cougars, looking for Fritsch. No mark taken, and out the back, Lockie Peters doing the job there on Fritsch as we get a boundary throw in, Blake.
Yeah, more scores around the grounds. Doncaster East 2-1-13 to Berwick 3 straight 18. So early start there for the Wickers. Blackburn lead by 6 points over East Ringwood at quarter time, 3-2-20 to 4-2-26.
Ball toss back up. Peters with the tap down. Hendon got past one, couldn't get his handball away, and umpire pinged him. And I think that's Jeremy Conti who will take this who'll get this free kick. It is Jeremy Conti, and he's been a bit of a live wire in that forward line, has Conti. Jared Bayliss mentioned he's a bit of a threat.
Pressure's been good early in this second quarter too, and they've been able to force Surrey Park into a couple of turnovers.
Was listening Jared Bayliss's In Focus article that I did with him.
As Conti comes in, this will be a pretty impressive goal.
Oh, he's missed
everything.
Out
of bounds on the full.
Just while we got a second as well, boys. Got some premier scores around the grounds. Got fast start for the Tigers. The Tigers lead 4 straight, 24 to Roeville 2-3-15. And South Croydon are putting the engines on here. They lead 5-6-36 to Norwood 2 straight, 12.
So just waiting for the ball to come back. It's gone over the fence. So
I need to get someone to sit behind there and get the
well,
ball.
they've got the bloody pocket there. Surely someone could go,
That's a nice spot.
The perennial problem at local footy, getting the ball back. We need a second ball as now it's Surrey Park who send it forward. Out towards about the half-back line. Spinning away was Carrigan. He almost got his head taken off. His kick inside is not a good one, and it's been cut off over there. So a little bit of an opportunity, but it's in the hands now of Surrey Park as they go out wide. Trying to find Hendon, who gets it forward. That's a good kick too. Picks up Vitaka, I think that is. So a little short kick out wide. He might have overcooked it, and he has done. He's put it out, so that was disappointing. They look quite promising there, Surrey Park. But in the end, it all comes to nothing, and the ball out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in around about centre wing.
Got some Division 3 scores at the moment. Got Oakley District 4-4-28 to Donvale 5-3-33. A Sylvan lead by a point over Upper Gully, and fast start for the Diders here. They lead 5-2-32 to Fantry Gully 2-6-18.
As nearly getting his head taken off there was Langdon. They still managed to get this ball clear from the stoppage. Coldstream. Drop mark there by, I think that was Kai Frost, and Surrey clear. Vitaka tried to get past Langdon. Forced out of bounds. It's a great tackle by Langdon, and he's rewarded. And he lets him know about it, does Matthew Langdon. The former Montrose man, a bit of a late inclusion for Coldstream. Made his debut for the Cougars last week and got a mention in the best as He goes down the line. Umpire calls play on because it was touched off the boot. Woods with the spoil. Can out the back. He's back onto the ground. Woods has to become the tackler. Ball not going anywhere, and we'll get a ball up. True centre wing right in front of us.
They've been very physical in this quarter, which is good, and they've started off very well.
It's heated up, I've seen the last couple of minutes, so it's good footy to watch.
Yeah, they've certainly come to play in the second quarter. They look a different side at the moment, Coldstream, as the ball goes through hands on the ground. They're getting a handball away with Powell, but he's turned it over, so it's going to be Surrey Park, but they're under a bit of pressure. Up the line they go through Vitaka. The bounce is terrible, and it's back in the hands of Coldstream. They're going to come forward again. Little kick from Fig. Haven't called his name too much in the first term. On the ground, it's turnover city at the moment. It's bouncing around all over the place. Trying to get his hands on it was Grant, and they're back in possession again. That's Hart now. Goes forward. Still got it to Coldstream, but it's scrappy, and the tackle is made right about the edge of the arc, and the umpire comes in and says, we will ball it up.
You're just waiting for one side to have a bit of composure here, because it's just turnover, as you said, Besto, from one end to the other. Just need to steady a bit.
Both teams are just panicking when they've got the ball. Yeah. You know, I think I saw Vitaka just play on there. He had all the time in the world, and just rush that kick. He just needs to settle down.
Yep, just need a bit of composure as Lehman takes it out of the ruck and heaps it forward. Bouncing around over there, went past Conti, who almost got hands on it. Still there for Conti. Conti snaps towards goal. What's happened? It's been punched away, and it's going to go out of bounds in the forward pocket, the right forward pocket. So thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 and Facebook and YouTube out here at Coldstream. It's 28 playing 22. It's coming up to the 10-minute mark of the second term.
So we'll get this ball deep inside. We'll toss back in deep inside. Coldstream's attacking 50. They've had the territory dominance to start this game as Haynes went up in ruck and got the tap down ahead of Grant. McLaren out the back, looking for the handball over the top there. Jamie Glare, it's a kick off the ground there from Sam Naidu, but it's into the hands of Matthew Langdon. A good couple of minutes here from Langdon. Inside 50 he goes. The fly there from plenty of players. Lehman just stole it away from Vitaka. High up and under ball. Will Grant be able to take this mark? He won't. Haynes sees it out of bounds for a boundary throw in. It's plenty of turnovers out here at Coldstream Reserve in this Eastland match of the round between the Cougars and the Panthers. Second versus third, the Pat Cronin Foundation Round across the EFNL as we get this ball tossed back in. Swan front position and the tap down. It's Craig. It was wrapped up by Angus Sutherland. Managed to get a handball away, but only to Jack Woods. Just launches one looking for Jasper Mundy. Getting the smart tap forward there was Dylan Severns. Mundy might still get this ball. He does. Did really well. Got it to Angus Sutherland. Got past one. In fact, that was Jamie Glare. Handball over the top looking for Can, who also got past one. Inside 50, he's got a one-on-one, and that man there is Tom Hunt, who just spilled the ball there, and doing really well was Sam Fig. And Coldstream will be able to clear their lines. Castry, he's got a paddock ahead of him. Although Surrey close him down, he's forced to kick down the line. It's a good kick in the end. The mark taken there by Conti, who's starting to liven up in this second quarter. Dangerous kick into the middle of the ground, but it's a good one to Darcy Carrigan, probably been Coldstream's best. Goes back to this broadcast side. McLaren with the spoil from the side. Bayless with the big fist. Another double fister from Bailey Grant. It falls out the back. Coldstream, I think that's Alan Chandler. Got the shot on goal! It's a great goal from Coldstream. In fact, it's a brilliant goal.
Hang on. They're calling it touch here. The Surrey players were immediately, they were calling it to be, and he's paid it as touch, I think.
Originally, he signalled for a goal.
Yeah.
So, interesting there.
That was very interesting. So, it was signalled as a goal, but the Surrey players were adamant it was touch, and I think the goal umpire's got decided that, he's got a bit spooked there. But nonetheless, it's Surrey Park with the footy. Coldstream crowd not too happy, understandably, as they go up the line trying to find a target. Plenty of big bodies there. Ball on the ground. It's been put onto the boot. Kick forward by Chandler. Back inside 50, but it's not a great kick, and it's been easily read. And Surrey Park back in position. They'll go off half-back again. Into the middle of the grounds. All a bit untidy, as much of the game been. And eventually the tackle is made. And we'll have the ball up.
Free kick.
High free kick, in fact. So it's going to be an opportunity for Hammond to put it on the... sorry, not Hammond. It's Mundy, who goes... And they're going to go forward again. Is that going to... No, it's not. It's going to say it's another 25. Checking away there. Nice work by Can, who's back on the ground after that hand problem. In the hands now of Glare. Glare, a little bit of hesitation. Eventually he just decides to go short, and he finds a target as well. That's Can. So 7 goals for Can so far this season, and he's going to go back and have a crack. He did look a bit in a bit of pain with that hand injury, but he's back out there and doesn't look to be too bad at the moment, so we'll just keep an eye on that.
This is a tough kick, though.
It is a tough kick. So round about the edge of the arc, and they're big arcs out here at Coldstream too, not like some of the smaller grounds that we play on. So we've had 13 minutes gone, and an opportunity here for Surrey Park to extend their lead. Here he comes, Can. Let's see what sort of... He doesn't make good contact at all. It's a terrible kick, and he misses everything.
Yeah. Maybe the hand is still sore.
made a deal of that one.
It's a shocker. And it'll be they'll bring the ball back in Coldstream, so the score remains 28-23 after 14 minutes.
So Verstegen will take this kick in. Got Lachlan Craig short. Verstegen was running by him, ignores him, instead goes to Darcy Carrigan. It's probably been Coldstream's best. Got past the couple, did brilliantly there, did the co-captain. Dangerous kick into the middle of the ground. Grant made a really good contest. He might pick up this ground ball. It's McLaren who does. Got a handball away. McDonald was wrapped up by Renan Fallahay. We'll get a ball up right where it all began at the start of this contest, in the middle of Halley Supple Reserve. 14.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. Surrey lead 28-23 as this ball's tossed back up. There's a high free kick going to Sam Porter, who was going up against Jesse Lehman in ruck, and Lehman just gave him a nice love tap on the head there, and gets this free kick. Goes inside 50. No mark taken. Langdon there on the ground. What a second quarter he's had, or a couple of minutes he's had, as the ball spills out from Felsted. Hendon pounces. Got the kick inside 50. Looking for Smith. He'll go back. Now, on grand final day, I remember saying from a set shot he had 50 metres out directly in front of East Ringwood Reserve, he wouldn't kick it. I'm going to say he'll have the legs. It'll be interesting to see if he has the accuracy.
Different angle.
Yeah.
He's been, I think he's been a bit quiet, so if he just would lift the standards up, I reckon, for Tom Smith, he can kick this.
So he comes in now. Run up starts from pretty much in front of the scoreboard. And he makes it.
There you go, Josh.
He's the Division 4 best and fairest from 2022 for a reason, as there's a bit of remonstration.
Yellow card, maybe?
I'm not too sure what's...
it's
a behind again.
Score review.
We've been duped again.
That's the second
So over the post, is that what they're saying?
Review.
We might have been duped again. We have been.
Decision on scoreboard.
They might as well whip out the arc.
Well, we've got Lee Green's replays here, so maybe we could use him as the...
I'm just glad I've got a minus key on my scoreboard.
So that's unbelievable. That's twice in a row. That's very strange, as the ball is sent forward now off hands and bouncing around over there. It's Coldstream who decide to send it forward, but there's a good mark, really good mark taken over there by the big man Frost. Sorry, it's not Frost. It is number 36. I'm trying to find number 36.
Thanks.
Doesn't matter. Let's carry on. My team sheet is a mess. I've got numbers all over the place as the ball is in the middle of the ground. So they'll go forward against Surrey Park. Up high, and mark not taken. Here's an opportunity now in the hands of Smith. Smith, the ball out. There's a player on the ground. In fact, 2 players on the ground. They may have collided.
Boundary.
And the kick has
missed,
gone through for a minor score. So let's go down to the boundary, because there's a bit of carnage out on the ground, Jared.
Yeah, from that marking contest, Daniel Verstegen tried to go for a bit of a specky there. He got onto Nick Cairns' back, and both of them are looking very, very sore.
And as it's 30-23 out here at the Halley Supple Reserve, 17 minutes gone in this second quarter, a tight contest as Coldstream move this ball forward. Maybe not for long though. Porter dropped the mark, but it's picked up by Garvin. Summers inside 50 to Smith. He'll get a second shot from pretty much the same spot.
Yeah, interesting enough. But it's been a better 5 minutes here for Surrey Park, and the repeat entries inside 50 being ideal. And it looks like Coldstream probably didn't make the most of their opportunities, so let's see if Surrey can now.
It looks like Smith has been thrown up forward as well. There's one of the deeper forwards as in he comes now. Gives it a bit of angle, and this time he makes it! This is a bit of feedback from the Surrey faithful. They get the goal here to the Panthers by 6:36. Coldstream 35-23, 18 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
He's definitely lifted now, Tom Smith. You know, I feel like for his standards, he's been a bit quiet. And that goal, well, we should have had two. I don't know if... but anyway, that time will tell.
Hard to tell. We're probably not in the best angle.
Yeah, but I just feel like he's just starting to lift, which is what we need to see.
With Jared Beanland.
Yeah, this quarter's been repeat entries. Coldstream, they brought the pressure in the first part of the quarter. Surrey Park, it's all been inside their forward lines and the results that they need.
So up he goes. Lehman gets another head out, but it's Surrey Park who take it out of the middle, and they'll come forward again. This is good. They get it out wide in the hands of Powell, and the handball inside, all dropped over there, but nicely recovered. And they've got an opportunity to go inside 50, which they do. And the mark is taken. Boy, Surrey Park are on fire at the moment. I'm just trying to... 22.
Lucky Summers.
Oh, it is two. Sorry, my bad. I'm looking.
He's the top cat at the moment.
He's going to go back. A little period for Surrey Park here. And this will just give them a little buffer if he can kick this. Push it out to 9 points. So Summers, perfect conditions for kicking. No excuses with wind or rain or anything like that. Here he comes. Here's the kick on its way. We're right behind it. And he just sneaks it in, I think.
No,
he didn't.
Umpire's called it.
Really?
Oh, he's given a goal. I tell you, that's about the third time today.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the angle I'm on, but I was 100% sure that was a behind. Let's watch on the replay screen at the moment.
I think that's
that did look to be just missed.
That's a behind. That's a behind.
That is a behind.
Boundary, boys.
Controversies. We get out of the boundary.
I mean, just under the benches here, it was looking right, and you could see the goal umpire just go behind the post. And then that, suspenseful 3 or 4 seconds, you just didn't know. And then the end result shocked everyone.
It shocked me. That's for sure.
Oh, there's going to be a Stewart's inquiry.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
42-23, the score nevertheless. As I go back in the middle, it's Lehman, another tap down. Fallahay, who's moved into midfield, was wrapped up by two Coldstream opponents. One of them was Lachlan Craig and the other Bryce Hart as we get this.
That is goal number 3 though for Summers.
It is. Yeah.
It is. He's filling the shoes of his brother while he's out from a 2-week suspension. As umpire calls advantage from the Coldstream free kick. Inside 50 they go, looking for Darcy Fritsch. It falls out the back. The handball away there to Scott McDonald, who just decides to go backwards. Didn't have any options for it. Found Alan Chandler. Couple of one-on-ones inside forward 50. He just sets it up to the hot spot. And there's going to be a free kick, and it's going to go to...
Darcy.
It's Fritsch, who's been quiet the last couple of... since that first goal, as he plays on immediately and gets the much-needed response for Coldstream. Fritsch is second, Coldstream's fourth. 4-5-29 the Cougars. Surrey 6-6-42. 21 minutes gone, second quarter on the Bendigo Bank score.
Yeah, I alluded to that to you, Josh. Well, both of the stars, really, if you have a look at Tom Smith, he needed that goal, but if you want to have another player that needs to find some form, that is Darcy Fritsch. No, look no further. What a quarter he he needed that goal, and I think that could bring the gap early here. Another goal for Coldstream, 4 half-time. I think Jared Bayless will be a very happy man.
You saw the numbers that flocked to Darcy Fritsch as soon as the ball went near him. So that's going to be something that is going to happen throughout the afternoon. They're going to put multiple players on him at times, get players to fly in front. So gets a free kick there and finishes off with his second, which is important for his game.
Well, they certainly needed it.
Half-time at the Heights, boys. Mirrabach lead 40-22.
So back in the middle, Coldstream, as I say, they needed that one because Surrey Park had a good 2 or 3 minutes and we're just starting to open up a bit of a gap. Now the ball is there again for Surrey Park in the hands as they try to get it forward. It's all a bit untidy, but they get it run a bit of run now and they get it up towards the half-forward line, bouncing around awkwardly over there. And who's got their hands on it? It's going to fall for Coldstream in the hands of Savans, who gets it down the line, but it's been cut off. Not a good kick. Marked over there by number 7 Falahi. Here's the kick forward. Mark is taken. So that's Summers again. Kicked 3 goals so far today, so he's had a big day. Gets it inside. Nice mark taken over there by Smith. What does Hayden do? He's going to go to the hot spot, try and find a target over there. Sort of goes quite short inside 50. Ball on the ground. Couldn't take it there, but it's Coldstream who have it, and they should get out of jail here. It's Pezzamenti. Little chip out wide. Mark taken over there by Verstegen.
Around the grounds, Templestowe lead Heathmont 19-0.
So Verstegen decides to go short. Craig it is who takes the mark. Little handball over the top. It's a little bit dangerous. In fact, he's put the big ruckman under pressure, but Lehman's handball back to Craig as if to say, well, you gave it to me, so you fix it. Now it's socket off the ground. It's in the hands of one of the Coldstream players. He scragged to the ground. That was hard. And I think we're going to probably have a ball up. There's Lehman again. Now it does come out. That was quite surprising. Little left footer down the grounds. And the mark. Here's a chance now as it's in the hands of Conti. They go forward quickly. Conti might get it back here. A little 1-2. Should kick this, I reckon. Conti, and he has missed. That's a great lead up. But Conti has put it wide. And the Moz strikes again. It's
he worked so hard just
he
to...
did. Yeah, he did.
Just a quick one, boys. Around the grounds again. Vermont lead 3 straight, 18 to Noble Park. 2-4-16.
Nah, it's early days. Don't worry about it. 42-30 out here in favour of Surrey Park. 23 gone second term.
It's a good burst of speed there as well from Jeremy Conti, and some interesting scores from around the grounds as Haynes takes this kick and goes to this broadcast side. Son coming in from the side. It falls to Lachlan Peters. Got the handball away to Hayden Smith. Umpire will call for it right in front of us and right in front of the Surrey Park bench as well. We'll get this ball tossed back up. So it's Surrey that lead by 12 points as umpire throws it up. Lehman couldn't get a clean tap. Hendon tried to bustle his way through. Lehman, his kick was smothered by his own teammate as Vitaka tried to shrug off Darcy Carrigan, and umpire will call for it. An interesting call. It's just going to be another ball up, a tense couple of minutes.
Croydon lead 3 straight, 18 to Ringwood 2-1-13.
So keep those scores coming from around the grounds. As Surrey get this ball clear. Hendon hemmed into the boundary. Craig chasing him. He got a kick away to Jasper Mundy. Got players calling for it, including his coach, Kenworthy. Short instead goes very dangerously into the middle of the ground, and it's cut off. They immediately play on through McInerney to Daniel Verstegen inside 50. Read really well by Frost. That is a terrific mark. A great play in the end. It was a bit of a risky kick there from Jasper Mundy, and this could potentially cut the margin to one straight kick. It has been pretty much Coldstream in this quarter.
It has been, but I just said before, Jared Bayless will be a very happy man.
He would be.
If this can go through, hopefully. You don't know though, but yeah.
So Frost has already gotten on the scoreboard. Comes in now and sets it straight through the middle. It's a 1-goal game out here at Halley Supple Reserve. Coldstream 5-6-36. Surrey Park 6-6-42. Just about to tick into the 26-minute mark of this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just an injury that I've been seeing as well, coming off the ground. I think it was number 16 from Surrey Park.
Hayden
Smith just looked a bit ginger there, so we might get our boundary boys or someone to look up, see how he is.
Looked like he might have had an extra set of earrings.
Special comments from Lee Crean.
in the little corner there.
So back in the middle. Once again, every time Surrey Park looked like just getting on top, Coldstream just have the ability to just pinch a goal and stay in touch. So it's back to a kick. And we've had 26.5 gone on the second set. Good game out here today. Really enjoying this one. Plenty of movement, fast-paced. Up they fly in the middle. Might win that time for Surrey Park as it's knocked down, but we'll have a secondary stoppage. So thanks for joining us wherever you might be, watching on YouTube or Facebook, or of course on 98.1 Radio Eastern. Great to have your company this afternoon. One out of the middle by Lehman, gets it forwards off the boots. Now it's there for Surrey Park, but it's awkward, diving on it there on the ground. I think that was Hart. Now it comes out for Coldstream, and they'll wheel around and go switch right across to this side of the ground. It's a good kick too, and it finds Felstead. He'll need to go quickly because there can't be much time left in this quarter. Inside 50's overcooked it through the hands there of Fritz. It was. Still got it though. Opportunity as the ball goes out wide. Now it's in the hands almost of McDonald, but they've turned it over, and Surrey will get out of jail there. They're under a bit of pressure, but they do well, and they'll bring it forward now. Now it's Vitaka. Vitaka into the middle of the ground. Finds Smith, who's got into the game nicely in this quarter. Smith wheels around onto the right. Goes almost inside 50, just to the edge of the arc. Ball dropped on the ground there. Mundy got it back though. And Coldstream now with the footy. Trying to jink his way through was Bayless, the player coach. Into the middle of the grounds. And diving on it there. And that'll be a ball up, I'd say. Well and truly tied up. And getting up last off the ground there was Heatherton. Haven't called his name too much. So 42-36, 28 gone in this second term.
Swan got the tap down. There's a kicking in danger. Free kick going in the direction of
Boundary.
Tane Vitaka. Boundary side. Umpire will call it back. We go down boundary side.
Thanks, Josh. Look, in the case of Aiden Smith, I think he's just having a quick spell. Might have copped a knock somewhere that we probably can't mention on air.
As Vitaka takes this free kick, true centre half back, looking for Mundy on the lead. The score in, but it's only to Sam Naidu. Goes inside 50. Ken is lurking around this. Picks it up very cleanly. Got the snap away. And it's Kenworthy.
No, that's not 15.
Surely. A 3 metre mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is not 15.
That is insane.
Please.
It went straight up in the air.
Come on.
The Surrey bench is right in front of you, Blake, and I'm sure they're enjoying listening to
these blokes in front of us need to know that was not 15.
As it's the player
Happens
coach.
a lot, though. Happens a lot.
It does.
Coldstream have been duped in this quarter. They had that, and then there was the dodgy
Shocking
goal down
goal.
the other end. Yeah.
As Kenworthy will go back for this set shot. The player coach with a slow, deliberate approach. Probably kick this from just inside the arc. It's drifting to the right. It's hit the post.
Oh, jeez.
That post was already shaken
It
before.
was. But it is a behind now. We can safely say that.
I think that's a bit of justice, to be honest.
6-7-43 Surrey Park, Coldstream 5-6-36. 29.5 minutes gone. Second quarter.
We have a decision.
Coldstream to bring the ball back in. Mark taken there by Felser. They need to be sure by foot here. They won't want to turn it over, and the last thing they want to do is concede a goal late in this term. They're still in this game, only 7 points the difference, but a very long quarter this one. We're coming up to nearly 30 minutes played. Mind you, we have had a few goals as the kick goes down the line. Up they fly. Oh, good mark taken there by Fritz, who has got up the ground on this occasion. So he needs to be further forward. There needs to be two of them so he can kick to himself. There he goes. Ball goes right over the top. It's there for Surrey Park. Bouncing around all over the place. Funny little knock forward. Ball comes out, and they do well to get out of the Surrey Park. And they'll come forward. Smith. No, it's not Smith. Who is that, Josh? Porter. All right, so he's Porter with the footy. Just chips it down the line. Plenty of good mark taken over there. That's a ripper by Vitaka. He's been pretty good in this match so far. Can't miss him with his bleached blonde hair. I'm thinking of going down that path myself as the ball goes inside. So that's a 25 metre.
After the replacement.
Let's go down to the boundary. In fact, we won't go to the boundary just yet because the siren has gone for half time. And what a good game we've got out here at Coldstream. This is one of the absolute crackers of the season. And at half time at Surrey Park with their noses in front, it's the Panthers and the Cougars. It's like a David Attenborough documentary.
It's a cut-off.
6-7-43 to 5-6-36. Here's Josh with the goal kickers.
So for Surrey Park, it's Lachlan Summers with 3 singles to Nick Can, Tom Hunt and Tom Smith. It's 2 goals each to Darcy Fritsch and Kai Frost, singles to Bailey Grant, or single to Bailey Grant. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll review the first half and look ahead to the second half on the halftime show out here at Halley Supple Reserve in this Division 3 second v third clash between Coldstream and Surrey Park.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Halley Supple Reserve. It is Coldstream playing Surrey Park in the Division 3 Eastland match of the round. My name's John O'Van. I'm joined by my boundary partner in crime, Jared Beanland, and Blake Tennant, who will also have some scores and some thoughts for us later on. But right now, if you've just joined us, the score is the home side Coldstream 5-6-36, still trailing Surrey Park 6-7-43. And you feel that you get the feeling that from the first to the second quarter, Surrey Park just sort of languished a bit early in the second quarter, in the early stages there, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's down to what Jared Bayless said to the troops at half-time, at quarter-time, sorry. The pressure was up from Coldstream, absolutely. They brought their physical game. A lot of their midfield were just putting their bodies on the line, and it really disrupted Surrey Park's run. You could really tell, like, for quite a while of that second quarter, Surrey Park couldn't get past the centre of the ground. Then it went the other way, and then Coldstream couldn't get past the centre of the ground. But I think that is more to do with Coldstream's disposal. They're trying to go really fast. They're just playing with fire every time they do that because the kicking boots just aren't quite on today in certain cases.
And then, of course, Surrey Park broke away, but we did see, the likes of Darcy Fritsch, who was obviously a massive player in this home side for Coldstream, and he's just sort of coming to life in this second term and is up for a big second half, Blake.
Oh, definitely. I also touch on as well with Tom Smith. We saw heavily last year. Best on ground, but Fritsch is a player that needs to lift. Obviously, he's going to get doubled or triple teamed all day. But this is where Coldstream forwards, they need to get active. Seen the likes of young Kai Frosty, who's playing. He's been pretty promising early days as well. Bailey Grant as well. Like some of these forwards, even their midfielders. I've seen Jared Bayless get on the scoreboard. I know he's the coach, but he needs to also maybe get on the scoreboard a bit as well. But apart from that, I think the superstars are starting, but they're just trying to get back into this game. I think this game could quite frankly go into the last 5 minutes of the last quarter, I reckon.
Yeah, no doubt. Jared, I believe you had an injury report for us.
I did. Dylan Sverns, I saw him coming off, hobbling off late in that second quarter. Spoke to one of the blokes at Coldstream, and he said hamstring, so probably out for the rest of the game, you would think, unfortunately, for Dylan Sverns.
And then, of course, there was the slight incident midway through the second term with Hayden Smith.
I think slight.
Look, it depends who you are. But look, to be honest, it's something you'll probably be able to sort of shake off, I would say.
I'm sure.
It's not really pleasant, but thankfully it's not a 156-gram Kookaburra rock, and it's like I don't know what it was that caused it, but we're just going to sound as vague as possible on air. As we head to Blake Tennant in the score centre, what have you got for us?
Now, this is a massive one, boys. I don't know if this is a typo, but Mitcham have kicked 10 goals to 4, and they were down early, but now they're leading 13-11-89 to Montana South, 7-10-52. Another big upset that's building down here at Clonby Reserve is Doncaster leading 62-37. Mooroolbark leading 40-22, so pretty promising there. No scores from Montrose Recreation Reserve. Doncaster East 46 over Berwick 24, as expected, you would say. Another quick one. No results even more there from both of these games. Neville Park, Vermont, Blackburn, East Ringwood, nothing from there. Now this is the big one, boys. The Tigers, they're on the roll here. 9-4-58 to Roeville, 4-6-30. So fast start there, and South Croydon doing what they're pleased down there at Chang'an Park. They lead 57-25. Division 2 results, Baronia, they're doing what they please, 53-23. No scores again from East Bill. We might get our mate Spider to help us out there. Ringwood are losing 45-14. And the last one, Templestowe lead by a point over Heathmont, 27-26. Third division, everyone is live here, which is great. Knox lead 45-21. Donvale lead 69-52. Sylvan lead 46-34. Wow, this is a big one here. Warrandyte 69 to Ferntree Gully 38. That's a massive one there as well, just judging on the form of Warrandyte lately. Churnside Park lead 46-39. Nothing from Kilsyth. Whitehorse lead 46-34. That's really the only big ones there.
I suppose the big surprise packet out of that, given our pre-game discussions, we were talking about where Warrandyte sort of came from last week, a big loss, and now they're responding in a massive way.
Yeah, well, Ferntree Gully have lost a few players, a lot of key players. I think obviously Brent Kike is my boss, as you can probably tell heavily on.
Probably tell, mate. You
he
can't stop talking about him.
He said that they're down a forward yesterday, so that's probably lacking a bit there. So, yeah.
That is unfortunate for Ferntree Gully. It's kind of it is worrying, but they're at a different spot now than they were last year.
The big one is Doncaster, boys.
Yeah, North Ringwood.
That's a big one. I think that's probably the huge upset as well. I think they're the two upsets on the round, you would say, boys. Yeah. And I think the Tigers at Roeville. I think that's another big one as well.
That's huge because we were talking about the home ground advantage and that it was going to come in. It was going to come in handy for two sides in particular from the Premier Division. But look. Back to this game, though. Is Surrey Park just going to go up a gear, or do you reckon Coldstream are just going to put on the jets and go nuts?
It depends on how sustainable the pressure game is, because it seems like that's the only way they've been able to find to take any sort of control of the game is to continuously push and push in those clearances, go hard in the clinches, that physicality. It's going to wear them down. It depends on whether or not they can do it for another 2 quarters. I would pick Surrey Park at this point. I think their run is too good. I think their disposal is too efficient, and they've just got more likely options up forward, especially with Darcy Fritsch getting so much attention.
And some quick thoughts from Blake.
Surrey Park for me. I think they just have more class and more, more focus about what they're trying to do today, and that stamp themselves as being a contender. And I just don't think Coldstream have it in the legs.
Alrighty, that does us for another halftime show here at the Eastland Match of the Round. It's Coldstream and Surrey Park. We'll be back here with the second half. Josh Ward and Brett Beston and the rest of the crew to take us back in. See you soon.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of...
Welcome back to the Eastland round. Third quarter just about to start it out here at Halley Supple Reserve. It's Surrey Park that leads 6-7-43 to the Cougars, 5-6-36. Josh Wood here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Blake Tennant, and we've got John O'Ven and Jared Beanland on ground level. Jono, Jared and Blake doing a great job on the half-time shows. The third quarter is underway now. Brett Beston to get us away.
Thank you, Joshy. So really interesting first half, a very entertaining first half as the umpire throws it up. There's Lehman going up in the ruck, gets another head out full, so I think it was Bayless He just bangs it onto the boot. Can they get an early mark inside 50? Not at the moment. Ball bouncing around. That was, I thought McDonald had a case for a free kick there. And what's the umpire saying? He got taken off the ball, I thought, but the umpire has paid it the other way. He's given it to Surrey Park.
High free kick, I think that
was. He's a bit stiff there, I think, McDonald. So these little chip out wide. Ball, it's been didn't quite reach its target. Ball knocked back inside. Verstegen makes the tackle, and the man without the footy. That could have been another free kick. The other ball's on the ground, and that'll be a ball up, I would say.
Just behind play, if you can see that on the screen at the moment. Fair bit going on, so certainly heated.
It is.
Bit of early feeling at the start of this second term. Lehman, who got taken as he went to get the ball, this game could explode, I think. And it's going to be a free kick going the way of Coldstream. Surrey Park, in fact.
Swan, according to the umpire, was not legally taken out of it as Swan goes to Summers with the strong grab. Impressive first half from Lachlan. Got the handball away to Glaire, who managed to find Renan Fallahay. Got into the contest late in that second quarter to Vitaka. Inside 50, can the big target. Got the defensive spoil in. Lehman, the man on the ground. Coldstream calmly cleared their defensive 50. They won't, though. The kick intercepted there by Cal Garvin. Wheels onto his right. Umpire pays that 15. Bacon got Glaire all by himself. It fell short of him. Glaire got it to Kenworthy, who goes to the snap, and it's there! A bit messy, but still a goal. Surrey have the first of this second half, and it's through their player coach, James Kenworthy. 7-7-49, the Panthers. Coldstream 5-6-36. 2 minutes played here, third quarter. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
I don't have any ears left, but that's all right.
Yeah, I've had to turn my mic
Just
down
about
as well.
blew up the VE monitor, Joshy, but well done. So back in the middle. So 49-36, it's a 13-point lead for Surrey Park. So they had probably the best of that first term, and they've started well in this second quarter.
I did hear a couple of people down there, Surrey Park people, and they said the same thing. That goal was not a goal in the second term of the Lockie Summers one. So
it certainly looked from
they've gotten away with a couple.
Yeah. No, fair enough too, because it certainly looked from our position, but we don't have the benefit of course, the replays, or we can see the replays, but they don't use them, of course, in the game. As Lehman gets the head out, second time Lucky knocks it away, and diving on the ball on the footy on the ground there, but there'll be a secondary stoppage. So Surrey Park with a 13-point advantage. It's been sort of around this margin for times, and then you find that Coldstream will get the next one just to stay in touch as Lehman gets another head out. It's been forward to about half forward. Ball comes out for Surrey Park, not convincingly though, as they try to work it out of danger. Socket off the ground there. Bayless trying to get his hands on it. There's a free kick going to be paid. Which way is it going to go? Going the way of Surrey Park. So they're getting the rub of the green with the decisions at the moment, and it's in the hands of Naidoo, who will take it.
As he's on the cricket pitch here in the middle of Coldstream Reserve, goes short to Kane Hendon. As he looks for options on either side, got Cal Garvin. Kenworthy looks like he's down.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of a concern. In the meanwhile, Lachlan Bacon with hands on this ball. Him and Garvin swapping numbers today as he goes inside 50, looking for Summers. Mark paid to Josh Powell, who's had a couple of good... As we go down boundary side quickly.
I mean, I'm just watching James Kenworthy here. It's definitely a hammy.
He's done
that is not good.
That's concerning.
It's not good. I mean, look, he just motioned to it, and now look at him. He tried to take off there, and it didn't work out. Back to you guys.
As this ball is moved quickly through to Coldstream's forward half, Alan Chandler chipping ball over the top. McLaren will come in from behind, affected the spoil. Verstegen run down by Garvin. Umpire didn't ping him. And it'll be a ball up here in Coldstream's attacking half. It's been a bit going on to start this third quarter.
So a big loss, Kenworthy, if indeed he is out of the game, and it looks like that could be the case. Yeah. But we'll get confirmation on that a bit later as the ball is won out of the middle on that occasion by Surrey Park. It's a rear head out for them as it falls into the hands of Castry. His kick gets partially smothered. Out into the back pocket. Now it's Smith. It's going to be taken. It's going to be kept in over there. Little chip up the line. Good play too. And a nice mark taken there. So Surrey to bring it forward. There's the kick. Nicely taken there by Smith. He was good in that last quarter. Gets a handball away nicely. And they'll come forward again. The kick is out into open spaces. How's it going to bounce? There at the moment, trying to pick it up over there. One of the Coldstream players, number 26, is McInerney. But he's turned it over. Smith's got it back again. Smith goes into the pocket or towards the pocket. Ball gets over the back. They should be able to survive this Coldstream though, and they get a ball out wide. And they'll be able to run it off half back again. Nice little handball out there, and it's Pesamenti. They go forward, centre of the ground, nice mark taken. So this is good from Coldstream. Can they get it inside 50? Into the middle of the ground, the big ruckman Lehman, what's he going to do? He's going to kick towards the hot spot, and it's bouncing around over there. They've got a chance. It's a 2-on-1. They should get it. Possession here, taken by Conti, who's scragged around the neck, and the umpire's paid the free kick. The crowd, I think they got him over the line that time. I don't think he was going to pay it. In fact, it's not a free kick. He's given it to Surrey. I thought he paid the free kick. Nonetheless, it's Surrey Park back in possession.
Just back on Kenworthy for a second, Josh. I don't think that's a hamstring. It's more looks the side of his body.
The hip, maybe.
Maybe, possibly. So
the back.
We'll get our boundary riders to keep a close eye on that as we move this ball forward. We go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Well, Jono will check in on Kenworthy, but I saw the incident, and it was the free kick that it was given away by the opposing coach, Jared Bayliss. He slung Kenworthy to the ground, and Kenworthy landed pretty heavily, and I think that's where the injury came from.
So we get another ball up, 50 or 55 metres out, in fact 60 metres out from the Coldstream goal on the far side. Two coaches going head-to-head. I was wondering if that would happen today. It's rare you see two playing coaches go head-to-head as we get this ball tossed back up. Craig with the tap down. Vitaka out the back to Angus Sutherland. Looking for Renan Fallahay. Handball was cut off by Bayliss, and we'll get a boundary throw in. It is on.
Where?
They're getting up and about in front of the benches.
Hello.
It was Bayliss and I'm not sure, it might have been Vitaka, I think.
I don't think it was Bayliss.
Might have been Bacon.
I think it was number 1, Brooke Castry and Vitaka.
I knew Vitaka was one of them, but it just went out of screen for a moment, out of shot. So
Brooke Castry and Vitaka there, boys.
As this ball is set to be tossed back into play, Swan and Lehman locking horns. Lehman front position. Spilt the ball there, did Bayliss, and we get another boundary throw in on centre wing, far side.
They're just having a nice old chat now, those two boys.
Just working out whether they're going to go for dinner after the game.
Or the car park.
There's plenty of options up here at Coldstream, the local fish and chippery, as the ball goes in. Lehman works his...
Yeah, come on.
Works his way to the front. batted on. It's Knighty who gets the kick forward. Sorry, it's bouncing around over there. Coldstream have got it though, and they'll slam it forward just onto the boot. None of there's too many players back there. Lehman was one of them, but it went over his head. Frost couldn't get it either. Now it comes out. That's number 7 and Craig. It's gone forward inside 50. Picked up over there, little handball out, trying to get back at Lehman. He's been everywhere today. He's a big man, but he's incredibly mobile. He gets around the ground really well, and it's out of bounds around about the half-forward line.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary with John O'Verne.
Thank you very much, Besto. Look, initial assessment at the moment is it just might be a knock to the side, but they might have more to say at three-quarter time for Kenworthy.
So I'm not sure about the medical degrees on it up in the commentary box here. Everyone's had a crack, and I don't think any of us really know, but nonetheless, we've got to take a bit of a stab. So the umpire, little short kick now is, in fact, it's going to be a free kick going the way of Surrey Park.
I think it was a push in the back there to Robert Swan, who calls his teammates to go down the line, and that's exactly what he does. It went over the top of them, and Coldstream out the numbers out the back. One of those is Langdon. Got a handball away after he was almost corralled there by 3 Surrey Park players. The kick out of the ground found McLaren, who's in the middle of Halley Supple Reserve. Smith eluded a couple of Coldstream opponents. Looks for Garvin on this broadcast side wing. Kept it in front of him. Did well. Will he be able to keep this in? He won't. Picks it up, but is out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Blake?
Yeah, just got a couple of scores around the grounds. The Waters are coming. They're leading. Mirrabluck still leading, 43-47. The huge upset that's building in Division 1. Doncaster beating North Ringwood 62 to North Ringwood 37.
Oh, jeez.
I think that's all I've got really. I'll touch on more on half-time.
As get this ball tossed back in once again. The throw-in fell short of Lehman and Robert Swan as the lock-ons once again, as they have for most of today. Swan with the tap down, Bacon with the fist forward. Hay will latch onto this loose ball. Was he taken high? It's still Surrey moving this ball forward. In fact, it's not going anywhere. Umpire will toss this ball back up.
And Besto, you'll be a happy man, mate. The Bulls are back, 36 to Vermont 28.
I told you. It's never a doubt.
Ball tossed back up. Lehman with the tap down. Hendon nearly tackled, but he got the handball away to Jamie Glaire, and it's out of bounds on the full. Good pressure from Scott McDonald, and Coldstream will rebound.
So Coldstream back with the footy as they running into congestion. They're a little bit dangerous, but they managed to work their way out. Up the line it goes. Good mark taken over there. Mostly done by Heatherton. Haven't called his name too much today, but he's got a chance to make a name for himself. Decides to go into the middle of the ground. It's a good kick too. Finds a target, and they'll go just about inside 50. Not quite. Mark not taken there. It's been knocked down, and the umpire says, what's he paid here?
Pushing the back.
Free kick going to Surrey Park. So they certainly haven't had the rub of the green, you'd have to say, in the umpiring decision stakes, the Coldstream side, but nonetheless, happens sometimes as they go through the middle. Now Surrey in the hands of Woods, who goes forward, tries to hit a target. It's on the ground. Smith it was who had hands to it, couldn't get it. Now it's there again, trying to dive on it there, and it's all over the place. But eventually Coldstream will get it, but that'll be out on the full.
We're in play here.
It is almost into the caravan. Let's go back down to the boundary.
Thanks very much, Besto. Look, I've got my eyes on Vitako at the moment. He looks like he's just going through some calf stretching on the bench. Just might have copped a little bit of. Might be a little bit sore there, I reckon.
Hunt spilt the ball, becomes the tackler. They're inside 50. Surrey Park. Mundy couldn't get the tackle in and clearing his lines there. This Coldstream, I think it was Bryce Hart with the clearing kick, got it to Carrigan, who's been quiet in this third quarter. They'll want him to have a bit more of the ball in these final couple of minutes, and that's why. That's a great setup kick and a chance for Coldstream to get there first of this quarter, Ryan.
Although he's been maybe a little quiet this quarter, I think it's been Brock Castry who's really stood up, and he's had plenty of the football and played a pivotal role. But this is an important kick. Is that? Oh, he's going to pass it off.
As he does pass it off, that's Verstegen. Sets Alpha home. It falls short. And through for a minor score. 5-7-37 Coldstream. 7-7-49 Surrey Park. 12.5 minutes gone third quarter, Blake.
Yeah, Brooke Castry is a player that really needs to lift. Jared Bayliss alluded to him as one of the best players.
Well, I think he has.
Yeah.
I think he's played pretty well.
Yeah, needs a little bit more, I reckon. Need a little bit more.
You're a hard man, Blake. As the ball comes in, I think he's played pretty well as well. So Looking going to be a stalemate over there on the far side of the ground as Coldstream take possession in the hands of Felsted, but he's wrapped up and the umpire says we'll have the ball up. So margin is, what is it? I'm just trying to do the math. 12 points at the moment. So only a couple of kicks in it as Felsted goes into the ruck. In fact, that wasn't Felsted. It was number 36 as the ball is knocked out far side. And here they go forward again, Surrey Park. As they go down the line, can they keep it in over there? It's on the ground and they'll be lucky to get that out. It'll be a stoppage.
How much does it play for Surrey Park without Kenworthy out on the field? How much does that affect them? Because he was playing quite well, and you know when he's got the ball inside forward 50, he's probably going to kick a goal.
I think it is a bit of a loss. It'll be interesting to see who steps up in and fills that void at the half-back flank. Besto.
So knocked forward by Bayless, but it's Surrey Park who get it, spinning out of the tackle there nicely. And in the hands now of Falahi over there on the far side, gets it off to number 30. Where's number? Oh, no, it's Hendon, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, I've got numbers all over my team sheet here. So Hendon it is, but the ball is going to be it's going to be another stoppage.
Half time at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Montrose leads 6-1-37 to Beaconsfield 5-5-35.
So Craig gets a handball over the top to a teammate who dropped it immediately, and that might be turned over. It's going in there and picking it up nicely. Surrey Park have got their hands on the footy for now. It's all a bit untidy though, and it's going to come right into the middle of the ground here. Who's going to get there first? Bounces a little bit awkward, but it falls into the hands of Surrey, and they'll go forward again. Now they've turned it over. Now it's Chandler, gets it out wide, little handball over the top, and they're out here.
They're out, yep.
Hammond gets it in the... dropped over there by Carrigan. He probably spent it before he earned it as he goes inside 50, trying to hit a target, but it's about a 2-on-1, so that was never going to be one. There was too many Surrey Park defenders back there, and they might be happy to see this out. Still in, though, in the pocket. And eventually the umpire comes in and says, we'll ball it up. So a golden opportunity goes begging.
Boundary.
But still, they're on attack as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Uncharacteristically poor decision-making there for Carrigan. I think he had a couple of players just in metres of space and he decided to go for the 2-on-1.
What will Lehman do in ruck? He tried to take it out. Couldn't go anywhere, and it will be tossed back up deep inside Coldstream's attacking 50. It's been a seesawing contest, a seesawing quarter, you could argue, played 15 minutes in the third. Surrey lead 49-37 as Swan got the second tap down. Castry goes to the snap! And there's the much-needed goal for Coldstream. Brooke Castry with his first.
I told you boys early on he needed to lift a little bit more, and I think he's lifted. So well done there to Brock. No, is this a great player that Jared's alluded to as well in my pre-season article. So good start here. I think that next goal is crucial for them as we go boundary with Jono Van.
Thank you very much, Blake. I can see that Tayden Vitaka is about to come back onto the field.
As the score is 6-7-43, Coldstream, Surrey Park 7-7-49, just about to tick into the 16-minute mark of this third quarter.
Much needed goal too, because the amount of time they have dominated with their forward half, the percentage of the football there, they haven't been able to put it on the scoreboard. So just got to take some more of their opportunities like that one.
Thank goodness we've got the Prophet Blake Tennant in the box today. We'll never doubt you again, mate, whatever you say. So great kick. Going to be an inside 50, and it's mark being taken, is it?
Bayless
it was. Brilliantly done. It was an awkward one as it came inside 50, but he did really well. And here's an opportunity for Coldstream to get two and probably in a minute. And suddenly the scores will be level. So the player coach, you can expect to kick this. So Jared, what's he going to do? Nice deliberate approach. Let's see how he goes. I'll back him in to kick this, and he has made an absolute hash of it, and it didn't even probably or barely had the distance in the end. It's gone through for a minor score. So if you're disappointed with that, but it's 7-7-49 to 6-8-44. Back down to the boundary with John O'Venn.
Based on what you've just said, Besto, I think we might just leave the prophecy to Blake.
I'm not having a good day in that area as the ball goes out wide. It was Carrigan who almost got it. In fact, he got it back. Now he goes into the pocket. He may... good kick. Bayless now. He's going to go. No, he's not going to have a crack. He's decided to just centre it, has he?
Smart.
Goes right across the far side of the ground. Beautiful kick. And that was really well thought out. And this is going to be a much easier opportunity. And it's going to go the way of Grant.
Great. That's once again, that's just the experience of Jared Bayless. You know, he could have snapped around the corner, but no, he saw the young fella, Bailey Grant, just open there. This could be a massive goal for the Cougars if he can nail this one.
Yeah, the composure.
So Grant it is. He comes and he needs to kick this, and he's got it straight over the goal umpire's hat. So great piece of play, great vision by Bayless to start with. and then Grant finishes it off, and they needed that one, and that's a very good goal and a very timely goal. And Coldstream are in front, 7-8-50 to 7-7-49. Cracking contest out here at Coldstream, and we've had 18 minutes played in the third term.
And they probably deserve to, Blake, just with the way they've played, certainly coming back into this third term. And probably since Kenworthy's actually went down, that they've had control of the contest.
Well, he's been taking their kick-ins and kind of running their plays. I've noticed Kentworthy as well, and I think their big stars are lifting. You know, we all saw Jared Bayless just then, and we saw Brooke Castry then. Their big players are standing up here for Coldstream.
Up we go in the middle again. Lehman with another tap down. They found Brooke Castry. There he is, Blake. As he gets this ball forward to centre half forward, or almost. Garvin, nearly a kicking in danger free kick. Smith couldn't take complete control of the ball. Castry did, and was wrapped up by Jack Woods, and we'll get a ball up again in the middle of Halley Supple Reserve. 50 plays, 49, 8.5 minutes gone, third quarter in this Eastland match of the round. Out between the Cougars and the Panthers, second v third in Division 3 as we await the umpire to toss this ball back up.
A couple of scores around the grounds. Knox 73, Fair Park 21, so big leaders there. Oakley District, Donvale, it is Donvale 90 to Oakley District 65. And back to you, Josh.
As Castry came off for a blood wall just before, Lehman still got the tap down. Hendon will be able to shark it. Got it out to Glare, to Vitaka, who's back on the ground. Goes a dangerous kick into the middle. It might pay off. Fallahay, it just fell through his legs. Smith will get this ball and is wrapped up immediately by two Coldstream opponents. We'll get a ball up.
A couple more scores in Division 3. Warrandyte 69 to Fentry Gully 38. And then Upper Gully versus Sylvan. It's Sylvan leading comfortably.
Couple of surprises in Division 3 so far, as this ball hasn't moved too far from the previous stoppage, and we'll get another one in the middle.
42 to 77 that score. Sylvan leading.
And we'll get another ball up in the middle of Halley Supple Reserve.
Keep an eye on that Donvale Oakley game. They're making a bit of a game of it, Oakley. So they probably won't get up, but who knows? A bit closer than we thought. So the umpires found a free kick in amongst the stoppage, and it's going the way of Surrey Park. So here's the kick inside 50. Not taken though. It's spilled away. They've still got it though, trying to get his hands on it there. Was Hunt. He couldn't do so. Now the ball's in the hands of Coldstream, and they do get it out of danger for the moment. Bouncing around over there, but it falls for Vitaka. He's been lively today. Little short kick, barely the distance, but it's marked by Smith.
He'll kick this.
It was 3 times longer than the other distance marked earlier.
He's almost in the car park. So here he goes, kicks it towards, that's a good mark too. An unmarked man really taken over there. And he's going to be another opportunity.
George Haynes.
I give up trying to find these numbers. It's just hopeless today. It really is.
Football lotto.
It is. I can't even find number 36 in my sheet, but that's all right.
Who is that?
Lucky we've got Josh here.
Oh, okay.
So here he comes. There's the kick on its way. How does it look? Goal umpire's not moving a heck of a lot. That's marked on the line.
Tom Hunt.
Unbelievable. Tom Hunt on the line. It didn't have the distance, and Tom Hunt just marked it right on the line. Ridiculous. Someone should have knocked that through. They will be filthy Coldstream. So Hunt's going to go back. He's just going to take his time now.
He's got the Coldstream Ute Monster to deal with behind him.
So here he is.
Look at the pocket, boys.
He's giving it to him big time too. He goes the check side, and I think he's got it. He had he's missed. I thought it was a goal for a moment, but he's just missed. It was just a bit too difficult, the angle. And the scores are level. What a game this is turning into. 22 minutes played in the third term out here at Coldstream. It's 7-8 apiece, 50 each.
Could we have a draw on the cards? It's been that good. I know it's too early to say the draw, but this contest has been an absolute rip snorter out here at Halley Supple Reserve between the Cougars and the Panthers. Second v third in Division 3 as we go down boundary side.
Brock Astry's been patched up and he's ready to come on the ground.
It's a big will look to come back out immediately. In the meanwhile, Verstegen with the kick in, looking for Felstead. Garvin gave away the front on contact free kick. There's a bit of remonstration afterwards. It'll still be a free kick to Mitch Felstead, who's had a couple of possessions in this third quarter. He's on the far side, half-back flank, goes short, because he's got Josh Powell all by him, his lonesome. Very dangerous kick. Will Fallahay take the mark? He won't. It's Carrigan on the ground, did really well. And there's a tripping free kick. It might be going to Jack McLaren. I think it is. It is going to McLaren. Who... He might be going back for this set shot here, McLaren.
Gee, this will be a big kick if he kicks this.
Yeah.
This is a long one.
I'm not going to say anything as McLaren on the runway now. Just decides to go short because he's got a man all by himself, and Renan Fallahay composes himself. And that is a great goal from Renan Fallahay. A nice setup from Jack McLaren as well. Fallahay has his first. Surrey take the lead again, 8-8-56. Coldstream 7-8-50. 23.5 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Who was on Fallahay? He was just standing there by himself. That was ridiculous as we go down to the boundary.
Gents, if you wouldn't mind indulging me on a bit of Tobin Brothers goal of the day chat. Obviously, we had Kai Frost earlier in the game, but in terms of the Surrey contenders, what do you reckon?
Good question, actually.
There hasn't been that many.
I think Frost would be hard to beat at this stage.
I mean, I've kind of got Tom Hunt, but I don't know about you blokes. But
no, I think
Frost is our front runner at the moment.
Someone will kick a blinder in the last turn. It won't matter as the ball goes in. As Lehman gets the tap down, back into the contest and taken there and scrambled to the grounds is Chandler. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So we've had 24 gone on this term, and still a cracking game out here. Surrey Park by a kick as the ball is knocked forward. And Surrey, you've got it back again, out towards Naidu, who goes at Vitaka, it is in fact, goes long inside 50, bounces awkwardly again. Been a few of those today. The ground is quite firm out here, which has made it a bit of a lottery at times, and they'll do where to get out of this. For Stegan, puts his teammate under a bit of pressure, but they managed to get out of it. They did well, Coldstream, there, because they were under a lot of pressure. Up the line, and that's a great mark, taken there by McLaren, and it's going to come back. So McLaren, little short kick forward, finds a teammate as well. So here they come inside 50. This is the one they need to find a target, and they do. And it's that man. I was going to say it's Smith, but it's Summers. So Summers has already kicked 3 today, and he's going to have a chance to kick his 4th. That was excellent play.
Kenworthy's got his jumper on too, so definitely not back on this quarter.
So our injury expert Lee Green, he never misses an injury. So Summers it is. He's going to go back. This will be his 4th if he kicks this, and it'll put back to a 12-point game. Needs the kick. He didn't seem to get it particularly well. And I'll tell you what he has. What do I know? Summers gets it through. That's his 4th. So 4 for Summers. And the margin back to 2 goals. 25 gone on the third term. It is 9-8-62. Playing 7-8-50. Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Could just be that sort of 5-minute patch that might suddenly open this game up. Both sides have had momentum and neither have really been able to use it. So, you know, if they can get another clearance forward, get another goal, that could, you know, ultimately be the difference at the end of the day. So,
well, we saw that with Coldstream. You know, they kicked 2 in a row, and then next minute Surrey kicked 2 in a row. So it's definitely just going to be where the momentum hit and where the midfield is going to be won. That's why I feel like in Surrey at the moment, they're leading that.
As Peters got the tap down, Castry sharked the clearance really well. His kick wasn't all too great though, and Naidu pounces on the loose ball, got a handball away. Galere kick was smothered, plenty of pressure being applied, but Surrey escape. Hendon goes to this far side looking for Tom Hunt. It'll fall short of him, bounces over the top. Doing really well there was Lachlan Peters. Looks for options inside 50. One of those is Summers. He'll go back. He's filled the void his brother is left in this game at least. As Lachlan. As he's looking for options, he's got a man on the lead, and that's Cam, who can go back and potentially kick his 2nd goal of this contest, his first since the first quarter. Nick Cam. And this,
you have to credit Lockie Summers. Has worked real hard.
He has. He's worked really hard. He's had to step up since after Jake was suspended. His brother suspended. He'll come back next week, will Jake Summers, as Nick Can will take this set shot on goal. As mentioned, already kicked the 1. As he'll kick it after the 3-quarter time siren. On the runway, he comes to the right. It's a 13-point lead to Surrey Park, though, heading into the final break. We're going to have a grandstand finish out here at Halley Supple Reserve. Surrey Park 9-9-63 Coldstream 7-8-50. Brett Preston with the major goal kickers.
So Lockie Summers has kicked 4 for Surrey Park. All the rest have been singles, and the major goal kickers for the Coldstream side. Fritz has a couple and Frost has a couple, as does Grant. So three-quarter time, it's still anyone's game out here at Coldstream. Three-quarter time score, it is 9-9-63 to 7-8-50. Time for a break, and then we'll come back and bring you the last term. And what a great term it looks like it's going to be.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. We are set for a grandstand finish out here at Hulley Supple Reserve for the Pat Cronin Foundation Round out here. The matchup between Coldstream and Surrey Park. The Panthers lead 9-9-63 to 7-8-50 in what has been a seesawing contest from start to finish. The Panthers 2 late goals giving them that advantage. Do we have any around the ground scores, Ryan and Blake?
Yes, going into Premier Division, Blackburn at halftime led East Ringwood 48-35, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Once we get a three-quarter time update, as we said, Doncaster East led by 22 points at halftime over Berwick. In the Noble Park Vermont game, still no update since halftime. It's an 8-point lead there to Noble Park. Roval versus Baldwin at halftime, it was 28 points. Actually, we've got a three-quarter time. Roval 46, Baldwin 88. So Baldwin look to be set almost home there. And they don't miss their set shots on goal, apparently, from our around the grounds. But let's go to the boundary because I believe we've got John O'Ven down there with James Kenworthy.
That's correct. James, it's been an interesting seesawing contest if we consider the scoreboard, but how have you seen it in your eyes?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable in the midfield. It's gone end-to-end. There's that sort of last 10 we regained ascendancy and started hitting the scoreboard.
Absolutely. How are you going in yourself? Describe what happened earlier on.
Just copped a knee to the back, so now I've just got shooting pain down my sciatica pretty much. So it's it's pretty much done.
Saw in the huddle that you got around Falahay. Just describe what he means to the group, because you seem pretty emphatic in regards to that three-quarter time address.
Rennan's unbelievable, crafty small forward, and yeah, he kicked a goal, but it's his forward line pressure that absolutely gets the boys up and about.
Yeah, thanks so much, James. All the best for the final term. Back to you guys.
Boundary.
Thank you to John O'Van. We'll go down to Jared Beelan, who was at the Coldstream huddle.
I was indeed, and Jared Bayless gave an impassioned speech at the three-quarter time huddle. He said that it's going to be won and lost through the centre. He's calling on his players to lock it in to the forward line as much as possible if they're not kicking goals. They need to be strong in the contest. They need to tighten up defensively. And we're also going to see Jeremy Conti on the wing. He's been asked to hold his width and make sure that he adds some run into the game for Coldstream.
Thank you to Jared Beanlin. Oh, I'm excited to see what he can do on the wing. He's got pace to burn, does Jeremy Conti, as we get set for this final quarter in the Eastland match of the round between Coldstream and Surrey Park. Brett Beston to get us underway.
So what have Coldstream got? He's still well and truly in this game, but they won't want to concede the early goal here, because that would be almost a game-high lead, I would say, if they did. And there's going to be an early free kick, is there? No, just a secondary ball up in the middle of the ground. So up it goes. Lehman, who wasn't quite so prominent in that third term as he was in the first half, gets the kick, goes forward to about half forward on the ground there. Little handball off, and Coldstream will trying to bring it away off the hands of Verstegen. There he got taken the tackle. Umpire says play on. Ball spills out though, and that it's going to come out of there, and we'll have another ball up just short of the half forward line. So up it goes. Lehman just got the hand there as the ball comes out. Coldstream, can they get it forward? They can. No mark taken though. Ball on the ground, spilled clear, but they get it clear. And little chip into the middle of the ground. It's all falling a bit untidy, but they're going to go inside 50 anyway. But that's not a good kick, and it's going to be an easily rebounded for Surrey Park, and they'll bring it out.
As the kick was a bit shanky from Woods, it still found Garvin. Smith managed to get a handball away to Garvin, who was wrapped up by Chandler, and umpire will ping him. Chandler gets the holding the ball free kick, and there's a bit going on afterwards. Is he calling it back?
He's calling it back, but technically he did play on.
He did, but nevertheless, it's still Alan Chandler who will have hands on this ball. He's right in front of us, true centre wing, this broadcast side. Goes down the line, big pack forms, Fritsch at the middle of it, couldn't take the mark. Swan, it eluded him. Sutherland got the handball away to Vitaka. Goes on to his right. Smith spoils it out of bounds. Up against two Coldstream opponents, and he did really well to force the stoppage right in front of the, right near our two boundary riders, Jared Beanland and John O'Van, who have done a great job down on ground level today. As we get this ball tossed back in, Lehman just took it out of ruck. Carrigan, handball away to Castry, tried to shake off Hendon, he did. As Bacon spun past Carrigan, chipping ball over the top looking for Summers, he was spoiled. And it goes out of bounds for a boundary throw in right in front of the pavilion, which is pretty packed out here at Halley Supple
Players' Day. I'll tell you what, Lockie Bacon's had a couple of big moments today.
So umpire to throw it in, just on the half-forward line, or just short of the half-forward line. Lehman just took it out of the ruck. I think he was a bit surprised himself just how easy it was. Castry, it's been good as well. Gets it forward, trying to find a teammate there. That is going to be a ball up, I'd say. As Chandler was taking the ground in a heavy tackle, and the umpire says just comes in and settles it down. And we'll have the ball up again. So it's going to be Lehman again in the ruck. Here's the ball knocked out, but it's fallen for Surrey Park this time. In the hands there of number 12, who I still can't find on my team sheet, but the kick goes forward. Garvin. So it's going to be Coldstream who get the free kick on this occasion. Verstegen. So Verstegen pops it across the half-back line. Need to go forward though rather than just across the ground, but they're just trying to build up here. Now it's Chandler who decides to go back, so this really isn't helping their cause at all. Mark taken by Hart. Hart goes across. They can do this all day. Surrey Park won't be at all bothered by it because they've got to get it down the other end. Needs to kick out. They finally go forward. Smith did well there because he knocked it down. Put a bit of pressure on going back. They're under pressure here now is Heyman. Heyman, at least he's been taken. The ball spills out. They've still got it. In fact, it's going to be a dangerous kick out here. This could put them under a lot of pressure as the ball is spilled down into the hands there of number 8 in McDonnell. He gets it forward, and it's going to go out of bounds.
Boundary.
So let's get down to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
That was the first time that Coldstream have really tried to switch the angles a little bit, use the width of the ground to control the ball, and Surrey Park were just completely onto that, and I'm impressed with the way they were able to shift across defensively.
And a couple of big defensive plays as well from Tom Smith to start this quarter. Summers got the tap down. Fallahay managed to garnish a handball looking for Vitaka, and it now spills out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. 4 minutes gone in this final quarter. Surrey Park 9-9-63 to Coldstream 7-8-50. Thank you for tuning in. Eastland match of the round.
It looks like there's an injury coming out for Surrey right now as we speak.
I think it's Sam Naidu as Castry got the clearing kick from defence. McLaren came in from the side. It got the spoil in. Porter, handball will find a teammate as Bacon tries to play for the free kick and isn't pinged. We'll get a ball up here.
Looks again like a lower back injury like Ken Worthy's was before, boys.
Sorry. Keep a close eye on that one as this ball's tossed back up. Lehman got the tap down. Castry runs onto it. Craig, can he run onto this? He got a kick off the ground there to Austin McInerney. Wrapped up by McLaren. Umpire will call for it. In the centre square right in front of us in the van out here at Halley Supple Reserve as Lehman and Swan, they move into position for this ruck contest. Swan got front position. Lehman the tap from behind. Bacon. Had a good start to this final quarter, Lockie Bacon, but he's not going anywhere. A good tackle there from Lachlan Craig, and we'll get a ball up again.
So score remains 13 points as we wait for the umpire to throw it up again. Has been a good ruck battle this afternoon, as Josh said. It's taken there by Smith, who gets a funny old kick out towards the wing, but it's going to sit for Surrey. Now it's in the hands of Powell, and here they go. Powell decides to go for a bit of a run on his own. Gets the kick forward, trying to find a target, but punched away nicely. And it's still going to come back inside 50, though, and they're going to have another opportunity, but it's now towards the pocket. Bouncing around, it's going to hit the post. No, it doesn't hit the post. It's still in over there. Coldstream and all sorts here. They need to get this out, and they get. Well, they don't. It's been smothered, and it's going to stay inside 50. So that's a perfect result for Surrey Park.
It's on the fall.
On the fall. Okay.
You told them to get it out, Besto, and they got it out.
So it's going to be. Oh dear. So just waiting to see what's going to happen here. Where's the ball? Oh, there it is, over there. So it's Vitaka from a very acute angle. At least the kick on its way, and it's not going to get there, but has it been marked? No, it hasn't. But it's still got an opportunity. Little snap over the top, and it's just missed. It's been touched. Well, opportunity there. A goal there just about might have put it out of reach, but it's gone through for a minor score, and the margin is 14. It is 9-10-64 to 7-8-50. I'll bet to go back scoreboard. 7 minutes gone last turn.
That was Tom Hunt with the shot on goal. He's looked lively in their forward 50 as Hunt as Castry got the kick into Daniel Verstegen looking for Felstead. Stays in as Felstead takes the mark, looking for Carrigan with a very dangerous kick. Bacon applying the pressure. Carrigan still did really well. Got a handball away. Mundy to Smith. Got past one to Can. Is there going to be a high free kick? There is. Nick Can will get this free kick. I think he was taken high there by Darcy Carrigan, who mans the mark as Can got a couple of leads. Hunt the deepest option, goes short to Hayden Smith in the middle of the ground. He now goes inside 50, looking for Hunt. Overcooked the kick, and it's cut off by Sam Figg. Got an outlet handball in Matthew Langdon. Kick wasn't all too great, but still fell in the hands of Kai Frost. Verstegen got a short chipping option there, and Bailey Grant, I should say. His kick down the line finds Darcy Verstegen, slowly building this ball up a Coldstream as Verstegen's true centre wing, fast side. Umpire paid the mark there for Bailey Grant, playing a bit of kick-to-kick. Darcy Verstegen and Bailey Grant, it's like they're on a getaway. Just taking their time, moving this ball forward as he goes down the line. Does Verstegen looking for McDonald. Sold the candy on one. Goes down the line. Fallahay with the fly. Did he take the mark? No, he didn't. Almost. That was a great effort there from Brendan Fallahay. And we'll get this ball tossed back up. 55 metres out from the Coldstream goal, far side.
So that would have been the mark of the day if he'd taken that one, as Lehman gets the head out from the ruck into the ground, onto the ground at least. Takes it out. I think Lehman got that one out himself as the ball is it's a little bit scrappy, and a good tackle. His player being thrown to the ground over there. Is it holding the ball?
Yeah.
Yes, he's paid it. So it's going to go the way of Coldstream. Great work by Conti, just trying to ignite his teammates. Now he goes inside 50. This is the one they need the mark. Fritz was there, but he couldn't take it. And they're probably going to get out of this once again. It falls nicely there and cleared away by Surrey. Out towards this wing, it goes right over the top. One-on-one contest over there. Good work, though, by the Surrey player who ducks his head, and I think it was going to be a free kick, is it?
Just back on that inside 50 again, Darcy Fritsch outnumbered 1-on-2. Surrey Park have done a tremendous job on just shutting him down and giving him no opportunities.
So just the ball up, the umpire says. It was knocked down there by Carrigan, who went into the ruck for a... down the line it goes, bouncing around over there, taken by Felstead. Now Felstead just slams it inside 50, trying to get a mark back there. Great work. In fact, it's been dropped, but Surrey Park have still got their hands on it. Not now, as the ball comes out in the hands of Conti. Now it's Surrey Park, though, who've got it back.
Boundary.
And they'll clear it out towards this far side as we go to this near side, at least, as we go to the boundary.
Thanks very much, Besto. Look, I've just been observing Sammy Naidu on the bench here. He must have copped a knock to his right hand because, as you can probably see in front of you, he's just getting his right wrist strapped by the trainers.
Just got a score update down at Montrose Recreation Reserve. It's the Demons 7-3-45 to Beaconsfield 9-10-64.
The Eagles are pulling away in that contest as Peters got a free kick, goes short to Hendon, who goes back to Peters. Almost like Verstegen and Bailey Grant just before, doing a little bit of kick-to-kick. He's calling his players, teammates short is Lockie Peters, goes down the line. Fallahay just eluded him and goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Again, right in front of our boundary riders, John O'Ven and Jared Beanland. Boundary side, Jono.
Still 0 touches to the Sharon for either of us this afternoon.
Ball tossed back into play. Swan got front position and the tap down. Looking for Fallahay. It's Bacon who follows up his own work. Smith just shrugged off one. Got it to Swan. Goes the kick inside 50. Looking for Ken, who took the mark. He was being hounded by his Coldstream opponent, and he still managed to take a mark. As we look on the replay, Smith just managed to find space. Swan with the kick inside 50, and Nick Can. It's a pretty decent effort there from Bryce Hart, but Can is going to go back. This will be for the first of this final quarter, and it would be a crucial one because it would, if he kicks it, it would push the lead out to 20 points. Already got one on the scoreboard today. Comes in now. It's to the right. Another minor score for Surrey, 9-11-65. Cougars 7-8-50, 11, just about to tick into the 12-minute mark of this final quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Even a 15-point lead, though, at this stage. I mean, you've got to consider Coldstream's only kicked 7 goals for the whole game, and they basically need another 4 to win it, so it's going to be tough for them.
This is good, though.
This is better play in the hands now of McDonald. McDonald inside 50, but it's a terrible kick. And just as we've given them credit, they've kicked it away, and Surrey will be able to bring it back again. They just need to get something going because they're running out of time. We've had 12 minutes in this last term, and it's going to be hard for them to get up from here from Coldstream. But nonetheless, stranger things have happened. Mundy with the football out wide. Little chip forward, finds a teammate. Now they go inside 50, and almost a mark taken, but the umpire says play on. Coldstream have got it, but they need to get out of here. In the hands of Fig. Fig goes wide, finds a target. Nice handball back inside, and they'll go forward again. This is next kick that seems to be their undoing, though, as the ball has gone through the hands of Fritz. And Surrey have got it back again. Will it set? Yes, it will. In the hands of McLaren for a moment. Now it's been switched right across to this side of the ground. Dangerous kick, but Hendon does well. Hendon does well, at least, should I say. Now it's been taken over there. A little chip forward out to this near side. Plenty of space over here. Absolute acres of space for Sutherland. Sutherland's kick is inside 50, but it's a 2-on-1. And they do pretty well, Coldstream, and they'll get out of this.
So it's the big man Fig. Dropped the handball there to Chandler. Still picks up this ball. Smith corralling him. Got to kick away to Verstegen. Had plenty of touches in this game in the final quarter as Frost goes short to Darcy Carrigan. Got another short option in Austin McInerney. Took the mark. Right in front of us, True centre wing. On this broadcast side, they'll want to move this ball forward. Sold the candy on Vitaka, did McInerney, and gets the kick inside 50. Fritsch in a one-on-one, couldn't take the mark. Bayless garnished a handball, looking for Jack Woods. And there's a push in the back, free kick going in the direction of Woods, who stood up in defence as Jack Woods come back into the senior fold this season after, and there's 25. There is 25. Bit of remonstration to the umpire. As Woods goes short.
Bit of off-the-ball stuff, I think.
Oh, the string. String looks...
You've gone with the string each time, and I don't think it has been this.
Dr. Tennant on the case as he goes short to Taden Bataka.
I wouldn't want him looking after me, I'll tell you that for nothing. I'd have tonsillitis and he'd probably take one of my legs off as the ball is marked over there.
Oh, yeah.
Fair bit of feeling in this game as there's all sorts of yells from the spectators as the kick goes inside 50, but easily cut off. And they'll bring it out Coldstream into the hands of Castry, who's gone out of the game a little bit in this third term. Needs to lift, finds a teammate in Grant. Grant looks around, decides to go back to go forward. Castry again, out wide. This is better, but they need to go forward quickly. Now it's Carrigan. He's tried hard all day, as Darcy. One way, then goes back the other. And gets a kick down the line. Diving mark, but not taken over there. That was unlucky. Ball on the ground, picked up over there. And they'll get it forward again, Surrey Park. It'll chisel forward, but it goes a little bit overcooked. But it's still going to sit for them, though, and they'll go inside 50, almost, well, they know not quite. Ball goes right across the side of the ground. Now it's in the hands of Frost for a moment, and now the umpire's whistle's gone. It's a free kick, and it's going the way of Coldstream.
The one thing they've got going for them is that Surrey Park haven't punished them in this last quarter, haven't kicked a goal. So still, if they get one, you never know, that they can open it up a little bit, but they just don't look like scoring when they go inside 50.
There's McInerney, short kick to Alan Chandler. Loads up inside 50. Two Surrey Park players there. Fritsch out the back. Will he get hands on this ball? He will. The smart tap forward there from Peters. They get a shot on goal. And it's out of bounds on the full. The free kick going to Jack Woods. He'll have plenty of Coldstream supporters to deal with on that far side back pocket. Goes down the line looking for McLaren. Affected the contest. Handball over the top to Hayden Smith. Got past Chandler. Goes down the line looking for Tom Hunt. Took a good grab there. Despite a bit of pressure there from Michael Pesamenti. He'll take his time on the mark, will Tom Hunt. As umpire calls for him to play on. Loads up on the right. Goes to the half forward flank to a one-on-one. Now the back, Sam Fig. Is wrapped up by Sam Naidu, and umpire pings him. He might not go back for this shot. He will still take his time. He's got this ball directly in front of the scoreboard. Got Smith as a handball option. McInerney eventually came to him as he signals to his teammates he's going to calm down, to slow the tempo down. Sam Naidu. This would be a monumental effort if he got this through. Just decides to set it up, and it's all Coldstream. Taking the intercept mark there is Michael Pesamenti.
So Fig never looked confident. He was trying to give it off, and in the end he just, I think, almost out of sort of desperation, just poked it forward, but it was a nothing kick. So it's Coldstream now to bring it out. So here's the kick out towards our broadcast side of the ground, but it's out to a 2-on-1. Easily cut off over there. It's a wasted kick. Glare it was. So Glare goes for a run, puts it onto the left boot, kicks straight across the other side of the ground. Will it fall for Naidu? He sockers it off the ground. Inside 50 again. Coldstream had it for a moment. Now it's fallen. This could be a chance. Check side goal. Is it? Yes, it is. Fantastic stuff at Stone. One of the goals of the day, the Tobin brothers goal of the day. It was Stone, just an opportunist, and the check side, and through it goes. And that might just about be it. There's still a bit of time to go, but that makes it very difficult now. 10-11-71 to 7-8-50 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And we've had nearly 18 gone as we go boundary side.
Yeah, Kane Henderson looks fine. That must have just been cramped before in his hamstring. He's back on the ground.
So no hamstring issue.
Thanks, Dr. Blake.
A thriller down here at the Heights, boys. Mirrabluck leads 74-64. Full time. Just got the
full time.
Yeah, full time just then.
Against
Bayswater. And this is probably the biggest upset, I reckon, in Division 1. Doncaster 10-12-72 to North Ringwood 6-12-48. So that's a
boundary.
big.
Yep. Up we go again in the middle. Robert Swan got the tap down. Will follow up his own work. Castry managed to get a handball away to Darcy Carrigan. They need the next goal, Coldstream, but they won't get it here. Sutherland goes to the far side and got a player all by himself in Naidu. Dropped the mark. He's had a good couple of minutes, and that is a darting ball to Jasper Mundy. That is good play in the end. all it took...
That's that transition.
It took 2 kicks to get into the hands of Jasper Mundy, and he can go back and kick his first goal of this contest as we go down to John O'Van on the boundary. Or we don't.
Thanks very much. Sorry. Look, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I reckon I've done pretty well for upsets in the pre-game show.
As Mundy comes in, will let loose from the 50-metre arc. Does it have the legs? It doesn't. Sport through.
There's no doubt they've been the better side today, Surrey Park, and even with a couple of injuries, and you look at a guy like Ryan Kennedy who's not out there at the moment, who's on the bench in front of us. Surrey Park perspective of where they're going this season.
So Coldstream, they've overcooked it, and it's going to go out of bounds. They were fiddling around on the half-back line, and in the end the kick has gone out. So it kind of sums up their day. The home faithful will be disappointed. 10-12-72. The 7-8-50. We've just coming up to time on this last term. So I think we can safely say that Surrey have got this one won. Let's see how the last couple of minutes, or the last few minutes, plays out. As the ball is taken by Smith, who's scraped to the ground, and the umpire says we'll have it ball up.
Some of the outs for Coldstream certainly hurt because their forward line has just not looked ideal, with obviously Darcy Fritsch being outnumbered multiple occasions. Haven't had that many other targets up there.
They just haven't looked like it in the second half, have they? Every time they've gone forward, no.
They've had their chances. They've won enough ball through the midfield and inside 50s. They've had them. They just hasn't been the quality.
So Lehman wins the ruck, but the umpire says it's going to be a free kick, and it's going the way of Coldstream. So Lehman with the footy decides to just put it onto the boot and thump it forward as he must, as it goes forward to about the half-back line. And that's a brilliant mark taken over there. Fantastic stuff by Sam Porter. So Porter's played pretty well today, being one of Surrey Park's better players. Plenty of talk as he just chips it into the middle of the ground, but having said that, he's turned it over. They might still get it back though. Smith does really well. Speaking of better players, as he gets his kick inside 50. It's a one-on-one contest. Mark not taken. Falls out quite fortuitously for Powell, and Powell will get it out, and marked over there by Carrigan.
He's fought hard as Darcy Carrigan, the co-captain, come back in this week. Got to kick away, despite a bit of pressure, and it's out on this far side. That's Heatherton. Haven't called his name too much. Goes to Jeremy Conti. Eye starting inside 50. Dance past Peters. Got the short kick inside 50. Dropped the mark there, did Jared Bayliss. He still picks up this ground ball. Handball, yes, only to McLaren. Swan. He managed to find Tom Hunt. In fact, that's Jamie Clare. McLaren down the line looking for Tom Smith. Out behind there was Josh Powell. Managed to get past Smith and looks for Grant inside 50. Couldn't take the mark. Out the back is George Haynes. Goes on to his right. He's trying to find Peters. It falls out the back, and Smith will get this loose ball. Handballs it to Peters. Got past Pesamenti. Onto his right to centre wing. Ken will try to fly. It's not Ken, in fact. It's Fick who managed to get a backwards handball. And the kick in board looking there for Kai Frost, who managed to take the mark. Goes the short chipping ball to Daniel Verstegen. Probably been one of Coldstream's better players. In fact, that's Austin McInerney. Goes inside 50. Looking for Bayliss. Woods drop the mark. Not going anywhere, and we'll get a forward 50 stoppage play.
Just got a score update down here at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Naval Park lead 7-8-50 to Vermont 6-8-44.
Oh, could be a draw.
And Montrose Beaconsfield, Montrose 64, Beaconsfield 71.
So we'll bring you all the scores after the match is finished here as we get them. And here they go again. It's Smith weaves out of traffic. Umpire's whistle went though, but I think he's played advantage up towards the half-forward line. Taken over there by Can.
He hasn't played advantage. He's going back.
No, he's going back. Okay, I thought I heard the whistle blow, but then it looked like they were going to play on. So Smith's got the ball. Round about the half-back line. Decides to bring it out towards the broadcast side, and he's got an unmarked man out here.
He's calling it back again.
Umpire's time wasting.
This is ridiculous. Third time lucky. All right, take 3. Smith gets it on the boot. Chips it out wide. We can go this time. Fantastic. All right. So Surrey to bring it forward. Smith gets it back for the second time in the ball. In fact, the 5th time, counting the other 3 that were not paid. Backwards to go forward. It'll chip it in the middle of the ground. They can do this all day now, Surrey. They're quite happy they've got this game won. So they're just chipping it around, just almost taunting with the Coldstream side to come to them. As the mark is taken there by Jack Woods. Woods pops it onto the boot. Mark taken there by Smith and Hayden Smith. So Smith puts it onto the boot and he switches it out towards his far side. It's a dangerous kick, but it gets out the back, and it might work for them too as they go down the line. One-on-one contest out there, and good tackle Monday it was. Falls into the hands at the end of Surrey. They've still got it over there. I thought they'd turned it over for a moment. They go backwards, and there's the siren. And the last player to touch the ball will be Sutherland, but that's an excellent performance by Surrey Park. They've been the better side for most of the day, and in the end, they've got the chocolates out here at Coldstream. Final score 10-12, 72-7-8-50. Josh Ward to tell us about the goal kickers.
So for Surrey Park, it was Lachlan Summers with 4 singles to Renan Fallahay, James Kenworthy, Tom Smith, Tom Hunt and Zach Stone, with the final goal of that contest in the last quarter. For Coldstream, Darcy Fritsch and Kai Frost remain with 2 each, alongside Bailey Grant, and Brooke Castry also has a goal. But an entertaining contest. Surrey they just had the legs in that final quarter, Ryan, and were able to get the 4 points, 4-1 in the Division 3 season. They're clearly enjoying life up at Division, Ryan.
Yeah, it was a pretty good contest for 3 quarters, and you just saw that probably maybe the younger legs, the fresher legs there from Surrey Park were. I think this ground suits their sort of game style. Yeah. The big spaces at Coldstream, and they used the outside really well when they got moving, and their transition from end to end was probably a lot better than Coldstream's. And I just think they're looking like a side that are very, very close to being that number 1 challenger. I think they are the number 1 challenger, but they're very close to being that side to compete with Donvale for the flag this season, Division 3. I like everything that Surrey Park are doing. It's a great list, Blake.
Yeah, I felt like with the game setting on early, I think when they kicked those 2 goals in the third quarter deep inside it, they put the momentum on it, and then they missed about 4 behinds, and then they kicked that seal at the end there. I think they set their day up really well, Surrey Park, and they've done pretty well from where they were. If you look at it, now they've just knocked over Coldstream again, and that's another challenging team that's come through, so it's going to be interesting to see how these guys will go. As we go boundary side with John O'Ven.
Thank you very much. Well, I have 2 of the best blokes out on the field today. Of course, the majority of the goals came from Lockie Summers, and then of course there was that man Taden Vitaka. You blokes absolutely fantastic, and well, I mean, a fascinating start to the game, and you blokes rallied home in the end.
Credit to those boys. They're a very physical side. A lot of experience, older boys, bigger bodies. So credit to them, and credit to us boys as well, who just ran them off their legs and used the ball a lot better than them in the end, which was good. So, and there.
Was this game sort of representative of life in Division 3 for you guys? It was a tough game, but you seemed to take the bull by the horns, essentially.
Yeah, I reckon so. Like, we knew coming up to Div 3 that there was obviously going to be stronger bodies and fitter teams out there, and we knew Coldstream were one of the better teams. So, to get on top of them in the end, they stayed with us for pretty much the whole game, and then just ran away with it due to having a good pre-season, I guess.
So obviously there are a lot of sore bodies out there, but it's a very big win going into next week against Sylvan.
It should be great. Sylvan will be a good side. Looking forward to it.
All right, I have to ask the one question we've all been wondering: the nickname. Where's the big pussycat come from?
that just came from Thursday night. They just made it up, and so now they're calling.
I mean, look at this. All the boys are getting around it.
Nuts. Until Thursday night, so I hope it doesn't stick. But if it does, I'll just make something out of it with a celebration or something.
Back to you guys in the box, and yeah, fantastic to have these guys down here.
Thank you to John O'Ven and Jared Beanland down there. I'm hoping it doesn't stick. I'm hoping it doesn't stick for Lockie Summers, but he did have a great game.
He did. And Josh, just before we continue, because I think we might be going down there to ground level in a second because of the presentations of Pat Cronin Foundation Round. There will be a medal for both sides judged their best player. So we'll wait and see who actually picks up the medal. If I can request Jono or Jared to get some photos of him down there when that does happen. They're still listening to me at the moment, but we'll get to that just shortly. I don't know if we'll be able to hear down there.
Sorry guys, we'll just go down to the boundary, try listening.
Just got a couple of medallions. Best players from both teams today.
nominated by your respective coaches. I just want to thank Ashland, Coldstream and Surrey Park for supporting the Pat Cronin Day today. You may not be aware, but you guys are part of 50,000 footballers across the state of Victoria to promote awareness on ending the coward punch. It was a good game today, classic case. There was a little bit of push and shove in the goal square there, but it didn't escalate. That's okay. When it spills over into violence, that's just unacceptable. So we need to look after each other as we're in part of footy communities. Pat Cronin was only 19 when he played in the seniors with his brother. This was 8 years ago. He went out with a group of mates like you guys are probably going to do tonight. One of his mates was involved in a fight that he had no part of. Pat went in to help him out. This thug behind him who wasn't involved in the fight and just punched him to the back of the head. And Pat's parents had to turn his life support off 2 days later. So it's as bad as it gets as a parent. So we just need to be mindful of the opportunities that we've got to educate ourselves and others. And thanks for your support. If we can do a presentation at your respective clubs, please contact the Pat Cronin Foundation. We'd be happy to do so. So with that, the winner for Coldstream was Brock Castry. Well played, Brock. And apparently he's known as the Big Cat, Lockie Summers.
That does us down there, guys. So again, Brock Castry for Coldstream, and of course the big pussycat, Lockie Summers, with the Pat Cronin medals, gents.
I think unfortunately that's sticking.
Well, I think the worst thing he said is, I hope this doesn't stick. So now it's just a fait accompli. He's done. He's going to be the big pussycat for the end of his days.
Well, let's have a look at the... should we do our votes? I don't know if we're going to go to an ad break, Lee. I haven't got the time in front of me. I think we've got a couple of minutes before we actually have to. But just... If we do we want to go through votes for the Sportsco Eastland Player Day? Obviously, the medal was given out for both those two players, who I think will feature in some of our votes. But Josh, you're usually on top of this. You're 3, 2, 1. If you're ready to get stuck.
Are you ready, Besto?
No, not really. No,
all right, no one's ready. Blake, you want to go?
The callers are not ready.
Yeah, I'll just go quickly. I thought I might give one vote to, I think, going to go Nick Cairn. I just felt like his presence was pretty solid all day. 2 votes. I put it on him early days, but he showed me that he got the medal. I reckon he just showed me to prove him wrong again. That is Brock Castry. And I thought the 3 votes has to be the big pussycat in Lockie Summers. So there you go.
All right, I'll go, Josh. I'm going with Lockie Summers to the 3 votes too. I thought he was fantastic and finished with 4. Maybe probably should have been 3 if that goal didn't go through. But 3 votes to him. I thought he worked really hard across the afternoon. I'll go 2 votes to Brock Castry. I thought he was really strong. And then I'm going to give 1 vote. One vote. I've just lost my paperwork in front of me. Lachlan Peters. I thought Lachlan Peters fought quite hard across the afternoon.
Besto?
Sorry, I'm just still getting sorted out, boys. Okay. So 3 votes. I think it's pretty unanimous. I think Summers has 4 goals. Gets the 3 for me. I really like, obviously, Castry was fantastic and a losing side. And I quite like Sam Porter's game today as well. So I gave him a vote in the Surrey Park side.
Yeah, I'll go Lachlan Summers, 3 votes. 2 votes, I was impressed by Brook Cash. Or I'll go Darcy Carrigan, in fact. I was really impressed by his game.
Had a good first half,
He did. And he fought hard in the second half, but just didn't have the impact he did in the first. But, and I'll go 1 vote Sam Porter as well. I thought his work rate defensively, he's an exciting prospect in that defensive half, and is certainly someone I'm looking forward to see what his future holds. And I think that means Lachlan Summers
boundary
as we go down boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Just wanted to chip in with my votes. I've got Lockie Summers with the 3. I've got Tatum Vitaka with 2 and Darcy Carrigan with 1.
Thank you to Jared. I think
I can definitely vouch for that as well. So let's double those votes as well, Jen.
so.
Pretty unanimous.
Unanimous. It's Lachlan Summers with the best on ground. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Now there was.
Well, are we going to an ad break? Is that what we'll
Yeah.
go to an ad break, and you've got a good point because we'll do Tobin Brothers goal of the day and our MEGT rookie of the day. But we'll be back in just a couple of minutes to wrap up the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round out here at Halley Supple Reserve. It was Surrey Park moving to 4-1 in the Division 3 season, winning 10-11-71 to Coldstream 7-8-50. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Blake Tennant, Jared Beanland and Jono Venn. We're going through the awards. We've given Lachlan Summers the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. He also won the Pat Cronin medal alongside Brooke Castry. Do we want to go with Tobin Brothers goal of the day? I'm nominating Kai Frost's a goal in the first quarter because he was hemmed up in the boundary. And
I think that is 100% the answer.
Yep.
So Kai Frost gets the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. MEGT rookie of the day. If you can, there's a couple eligible. One for Coldstream is Bailey Grant. The players for Surrey Park: Angus Sutherland, Tom Smith, Jasper Mundy, Hayden Smith, Nick Can, Tom Hunt, Lachlan Peters, Jack Woods and Sam Porter. I think it's got to go Tom Smith.
Yeah, I thought Tom Smith was terrific. I liked his game all day, so definitely.
Yeah, I'm happy with Tom Smith. Absolute gun.
Yep. Well, I think, best on ground, best player in the league. Was that correct, Josh?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, best on ground and best and fairest in 2022. He almost got close to the Div 4 best and fairest in 23.
I don't think you can complain about that, Josh.
Not. He's already put together an impressive resume. He's got another award to add to his collection. But
where does that one sit? The MEGT Rookie of the Day.
I don't think it stands as high.
Premiership medal. He's best and fairest. Best on ground medal.
It'll be
high. All on the mantelpiece.
I'd be up the top. I think he's still quite a remarkable player, Tom Smith, and has done. He's been a star since coming into the senior fold in 2022, alongside a fair amount of these players. You know, you look at Nick Can. I think it was 1 goal 3 that he kicked, but he looked very threatening in that forward 50. Jack Woods as well. There's a lot of young talent coming through at Surrey Park. As Blake, you've got an upset.
I reckon this is probably the upset of the round, boys. Calling it right now. Forest Hill 10-12-72 defeated Churnside Park 10-6-66.
That is final.
Massive.
That is final.
Massive.
That's final.
Huge. That is huge.
I think I said that last week on the podcast too, that Forest Hill always turn up when they play. I'll go through some more scores as well. Montrose unfortunately lost 10-5-65 to Beaconsfield, 12-11-83.
Unfortunately.
As I said, there was a thriller down at the Heights. Murrabak got home, 11-8-74, defeated Bayswater, 19-64.
Blake, we've got 15 minutes, so we can go through them nice and slow if you want to. You don't have to rush through them, but you keep going. That's good.
Sorry, boys. This is.
I just don't want to get to 5:05 and have nothing left in 10 minutes.
Well, we could start the weekend recovery early.
No.
I'll just chip in with 1-2 that Lee just showed me before. Donvale have got up over Oakley. Yeah, 124-99. So good win for the Vales.
High scoring as well.
Very high scoring.
I think this is probably the upset in Division 1, I would say. Doncaster 11-12-78 defeated North Ringwood 7-18-60.
So what's that for North Ringwood? Are they 1-4 now?
Yeah, that's a 1-4 start. So after what we thought was a real promising first couple of weeks, they've gone backwards.
Baronia just doing what they please at the moment. 15-13, 103 to Waverley Blues, 8-8-56. 22 minutes gone into the last quarter. How good is that? We get a live tracker on this app that I'm using right now. This is great.
Don't get too confident, mate.
I thought the Waverley Blues might have got a bit closer than that. But,
Croydon, they had a big win over Ringwood, 9-12-66, defeated Ringwood 8-6-54. Templestowe, well, Heathbond, haven't they gone down a hill? 10-6-66 to Heathbond 7-6-48.
Wow.
So that's now 4 losses in a row, I think, for the Jets. So
be concerning. The final score from Springfield Park. Whitehorse have defeated Scoresby 17-13, 115 to Scoresby 12-8-80. So
a couple of upsets in Division
particularly 4. With Forest Hill getting up and the Pioneers getting up as well. The top 4 seems a little bit open in Division 4, and it's clear that home ground advantage is going to play a factor because Scoresby defeated Kilsyth at Scoresby last weekend, and they go down here to the Pioneers.
There's not many sides who actually travel to Springfield Park and play good footy there, so it's a bit of an advantage for them if they can use it. And they've looked reasonably good so far at Whitehorse, so maybe we've underestimated them coming in.
And I've got another one here as well, boys. Sylvan, big winners over Upper Ferntree Gully, 13-7-85 to Upper Gully, 11-10-76. I think that's 3 losses in a row now for Upper Gully. I think they
that is.
That's the one that Sylvan really had to win, I think. Underrated there, how important that is for Sylvan to just sort of keep in touch with the middle pack of that division.
I can't get a good read on Sylvan yet.
No, neither.
They're an interesting one.
The thing is, boys, I think Warrandyte got their first win today.
you kidding?
I don't have the scores in front of me, but last time I checked, it was 68-33.
At 3/4 time I saw, I think it was Warrandyte 90. It might have been 93 to Ferntree Gully 47.
Wow.
So
big win for the Bloods.
Yeah, that's a massive win there for the Bloods, and as you mentioned, their first win of the season. So hopefully we can get a final score from that game.
Got a good one here, Josh and the boys. East Ringwood 11-7-73 defeated Blackburn 10-12-72.
Well, that's a comeback as well because Blackburn were leading, weren't they?
1 point win for the Roos there, boys.
Jeez, a couple of And Vermont have won against Noble Park by 2 points, 9-11-65 to 9-9-63. You were right.
Brett Beston's got he's trekked out here to Coldstream. He's a long trip home, and he's just heard that news.
I mean, that's, to be honest, that's rock the call. Like, I couldn't quite believe it when I mean, Jared, you saw my reaction earlier on when we were getting the first few scores and reactions from that game. I couldn't quite believe what was happening, and I don't think that our man Wayne Brasher could either.
No, it's impressive.
But I don't think we've talked about this. Nothing too big, but South Croydon won 10-16. 76 defeated Norwood 5-6-36.
Yeah, expected, but good to see South Croydon get a win because they've had a tough start to this season.
2-2 for the Doggies, best name.
Yep.
And they're doing not too.
Yeah, they've kept coming back nicely.
Yeah,
it's good.
What a round of footy! There's so many close, quite a few close games, some upsets.
Yeah,
I think it's very exciting.
Would you like to tell us what's happened to Heathmont, Jared?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I suppose they just haven't gelled in terms of their new recruits coming in, losing some old heads. Van Leeuwen, Hansen, the Burley brothers. Well, I mean, we've talked about that ad nauseum. It'll be interesting to have a bit of a deep dive into what's actually going down at H.E. Parker.
Definitely. I am interested about one score Park Orchard, South Belgrave. I don't think we've gotten any updates from out at Dominique Reserve.
No, that's poor. Get your scores in.
I'm with you.
And we haven't got a score at Mitcham yet as well, if we can get that as well.
Yeah, the one Turner South home game, that one. Spiders just
far out.
Messaged us for East Burwood's first win, 10-14. 74 defeated Mulgrave 6-15-51. Boy, did they need a win. So
I mean,
they've finally got their first one on the board.
So we've got to. I think we better talk about the next coming games. Sorry, this game that we're talking about here. So Surrey Park's next couple games, they're pretty. Surrey would say they'll be up and about for this one because they've got Sylvan, and then they've got Fair Park coming up. So pretty good fortnight, you would say, for the Surrey Park. Josh, it'll be pretty.
Yeah, and then they've got Oakley District and Upper Ferntree Gully. So it's going to be interesting this next month. But in all honesty, I think they have set themselves as the challenger. They kept Coldstream scoreless in that final quarter, and Coldstream were.
They didn't look like kicking a goal. Coldstream, like they just couldn't get. They had a couple of inside 50s here and there, but they just really didn't look like it, did they? It was either Fritsch or bust. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. And
I guess a part of that does come back to their outs and the guys that are not in the side, and they've had to change the structure a bit as their forward line just didn't look like it was gelling between them and their mids, and their work between the two probably struggled at times. As Blake's got another score for us.
No, not another score. So Coldstream have got Warrandyte to come next week, and then they've got Ferntree Gully, and then they've got Fair Park. So where do we see that with Coldstream, boys?
I reckon they go in as favourites for all three.
All of them,
yeah. I think they weren't disgraced out here. They were.
Oh, definitely not. That three-quarter time they were in it.
Yeah, and they were. They for most of the starts of each quarter, they were. They were on top. They just weren't able to really convert on the scoreboard. And even in the third quarter, they were leading heading into time on. It was just Surrey with a couple of late goals. So they definitely go in as favourites. I'm guessing Warrandyte's away, so it'll be interesting.
It's a home.
Yeah,
home
so
game.
they definitely go in as favourites. I think.
Oh, sorry, no, Josh. It's at Warrandyte. My bad.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how they navigate the smaller surrounds of Warrandyte Reserve. But I think all three games they go in as favourites, and they're probably. I reckon they are the third best side in Division 3 at this stage.
There's still plenty of upside. I mean, they dominated the midfield for quite a large portion of that game, which we talked about with the likes of the big ruckman Lehman and Kerrigan. Kerrigan he kind of went out of it, I suppose, a bit as the game wore on, but he was colossal early, and they looked like they were going to be up and about. But I don't think they'll be too disheartened. I mean, it's a loss. It was a 21 points in the end, which was probably a little bit flattering. I don't think they deserve to lose by that much, but I mean, good win by Surrey Park. But I said it's not all bad for Coldstream. Definitely not.
No, it definitely isn't. And I mean, I think if you get Conyers back into that midfield, Mitch Edmonds as well into the forward line, he's another tall target.
A lot of promise.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of promise, and it'll be interesting to see when these two meet out at Surrey Park Reserve later in the season. So, but yeah, they're looking the goods, both these sides this season, and I'm particularly impressed with both sides' defence. Like Surrey, I think most weeks they've conceded. Their highest score might have even been 62, and that might have come in that loss against Donvale. I'm not 100% sure, but they've been really strong defensively. So was Coldstream. They were, and that was obviously a focus in the off-season, Jared, for Coldstream to be strong defensively.
Indeed, and I think the thing that impressed me the most about their defence was just how willing they were to take on the game. The way they would always try and play on. The disposal efficiency wasn't completely up to scratch, something to be worked on for sure, but I would say that there's a lot to work with.
Yeah, and I think that midfield aspect, taking the game on, is obviously a good thing, and that's where they've scored most of the goals this season. I reckon they scored a fair few from stoppage today as well. Whereas you look at Surrey Park, they're really good on the turnover. They just pounce on any turnover.
Speed, off half back and out wide. They got them. Like we talked about the midfielder early on, but then it was Coldstream. Sorry, it was Surrey Park who were getting them on the outside.
Yeah, and I think
their outside run.
Yeah, and I think that was through the likes of Cal Garvin, who I was impressed with on the wing. He was roaming around both wings, but he provided that bit of dash. I mean, Jasper Mundy was always presenting as an option in that either up the ground or at the half forward line. So, but yeah, you can see with that game style, it might be able to catch Donvale off guard. It did in that in the first 3 quarters at least, or for most of the game at Donvale Reserve. So. Certainly going to be interesting to see how they go. Do we have any more final scores, Blake and Ryan?
No, well, we're having a look. I've got one through the Killsights Facebook page, but please put it on Play HQ next time. Killsights 14-12-96 defeated Croydon North M-Lock 7-2-44. And there wasn't much in it at 3-quarter time, so they've been able to kick away with 8 goals in that last quarter to win comfortably. But as you said, the top 4 seems to change a little bit each week on who's going to be the front runner in that division. So it's a little bit more interesting than what we may have first thought. We'll keep trying to look through some of those scores. There's been quite a few that's missing on Play HQ. So
I think the Tigers, so Mitcham, they
got the result. Do you need it? Have you got it?
No, I haven't. Have you?
I've got it here. Mitcham 20 goals, 18, 138 defeated Wanturna South 11-8, 74. So that is a final score in that one.
I think that's a positive thing that they didn't just beat Wanturna South. They really put them away.
But they kicked 10 goals in the second quarter.
Wow. How many did Parenti kick?
That's the big question.
Yeah. But they kicked 10 goals to 4 in the second quarter.
I still want to see that Park Orchard South Belgrave score, because that was a very...
waiting on that one, but that's for the Tigers. That's the result we were waiting for.
Both teams.
It's a respectable win. That's what I reckon.
Both teams
they needed to put him away.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Both teams' social media departments from both the Sharks and the Bloods here have got nothing at this stage.
Yeah.
So get those final scores in Park Orchards or South Belgrave. We're very eager to see what took place out there at Dominique Reserve. But certainly some interesting games across the division.
We'll chase down Lilydale's now because they do update on their socials. They never update on Play HQ. And we haven't actually had a result for quite a while. So
I think it was
6-22 at half time. Just refreshing the page at the moment. We've got a few minutes before we come off air. It was a 51-35 point 3-quarter time score. So just waiting on that final one to see who's won that game. But
not sure if the Basin would have had it in them to peg that one back.
No, they've been probably disappointing this season.
Yeah, pretty hard week for them too, if you think about that. Yeah. So definitely a lot of distractions at the Basin, you would think.
Yep. Fair few.
With what's been happening during that week. So.
Certainly is. We'll chase up those final scores, obviously, but it'd be great for Lilydale to get back-to-back wins. Did we go through we went through the Ringwood Croydon final score, I'm guessing.
Yes.
So that's a pretty big win. Sets Croydon up for their big game against Baronia, Blake.
Yeah, before we get into that, I've got a quick one for you, Josh. You're the historian of the Eastland Football Netball League.
Crikey.
As we got told, apparently.
I'm only 3 years on the media team, and I'm already called the historian.
I've got a question for you. You can research and put it on the podcast on Sunday, but I'll ask you this one. When have we seen Lilydale get back-to-back wins?
Well, I can actually answer that now.
He answered that in the pregame.
Yes, you should have listened in.
Sorry.
It was round 7 and round 8 in 2022.
Okay,
They knocked off Montrose and Wanturna South as well.
Was that kick after the game?
That was the kick after the time.
Jordan Jaworski, I think that he still
the
leads.
man's a walking encyclopedia.
He still lives in my head sometimes.
Well, how about the Demons? That's probably a disappointing loss for Montrose.
well-
I think we thought they'd bounce back. Not much in it. And I think maybe that's a sign of what Beaconsfield can do at full
100%.
strength. I think Beaconsfield are a very strong contender this
But
year.
if you add in those VFL players as well.
That's some good inclusions. They had a couple of those come back. I know Charlie Muley.
Johnson didn't play too, so if you chuck in him, they're going to be a good side, but we won't probably see Johnson as much.
It'll only happen when Frankston have a VFL bye.
But I think with the VFL they got 3 buys each. I don't know if that's correct or not.
I wonder when Frankston's next bye is, but it's certainly going to be something we keep an eye on because Johnson adds a lot to that. A lot to the forward line.
Just quickly, Josh, as well, and it could happen. That time when he got dropped, we don't know why against Mirrabbark. That time we were down there, and he kicked 4 or 5. So,
just the thing is, he won't qualify enough for finals.
Yes. No.
So that's where it hurts him. Yeah. But when they do get him in there, they've got to use him because he's a game changer. I know he didn't play this week, but.
I think it's almost time to start wrapping up. We've got around a minute and a half left for the Eastland match of the round. To our boundary riders, John O'Ven and Jared Beanland doing a superb job down on ground level.
Thank you very much, Josh. Great to be involved in the Pat Cronin Foundation Round.
It is a terrific initiative, Jono.
Yes, indeed. What a fantastic day it has been here. And, I was going to say looking forward to the next time, but it is a fair trek out here, I'm sure Luke Besto.
And doing a great job on the women's match of the round earlier on as well, alongside myself and Blake Tennant calling all the action and special comments as well, alongside EFNL media manager Ryan Long, who's busy just trying to do the graphic.
Trying to update some scores for everyone on socials because I know people will ask about it.
No, but it was a pleasure coming down here to Coldstream.
Up here.
Short. It's only 5 minutes down from my house from here. So
short trick for you. Down the mountain, remember, Besto. Down the mountain.
On you.
Yeah,
down the coast, mate.
No, I'm not going down the coast.
Ryan Long.
We haven't got Scotty here this week.
Ryan Long, special comments.
Thank you, Josh. No, it's been a pleasure. Pat Cronin Foundation Round. Thank you for all the clubs and the players and everyone jumping on board this week. It's been really good.
And always a pleasure to call alongside this man, Brett Beston.
You too, mate. Yeah, it was a really good game out here today for most of the part. And I just want to echo the thoughts about the Pat Cronin Round to a really important cause and something to remember going forward and hopefully, take into the future.
And of course, Lee and Megan Green doing a superb job on the camera and the audio. That's it for us in the Eastland Match of the Round. We'll see you next week.